So I'm pleased to make these remarks on behalf of Emily. As some of you who have been with us since last year, you know we are providing administrative role to the REDD Plus Secretariat in executing this initiative, which is about strengthening the safeguard process for the REDD Plus implementation in Uganda. As some of you recall, we informed you that UNEP, through the UN REDD program, has a role to strengthen the safeguard work around REDD Plus. And this time around, Uganda has continued to benefit from the technical support offered by UNEP strictly to strengthen the safeguards process, but not only on REDD Plus, but also on accrediting standard. And that standard is what we call the Art Tree Standard or the Trees Standard. And the work has been revolving around 3 key outputs, namely the safeguards registration, the trees registration document, the stakeholder engagement plan, and having a plan of conformance. I'm happy to inform we have drafts of these documents, but we are still consolidating input on behalf of the REDD Plus Secretariat to ensure that a number of stakeholders have been consulted. One of our challenges we have in Uganda is consultation. And the consultation has to be free, prior informed consent, inclusive, and so forth and so on. We have held a number of consultations in a number of regions where we have forests. We have held consultations in Barala. We have held consultations in Kagadi. We have held a number of consultations in Kampala. As we reach here today, we are convening focusedly to have our capacity enhanced, not only on REDD Plus, but on a number of issues surrounding the trees standard. And we envisage that after the end of the 2 days, we would have a number of you trained in the safeguards approach. We would have a number of you effectively participating in this standard. We would have a number of you having provided input to the plan of conformance with the trees safeguards. And lastly, we would have gotten your opinions and recommendations for strengthening the safeguards approach in Uganda. So as we convene today, I encourage all of you that please address the gaps and inconsistencies that you might have observed or you envisage to occur. Uganda's record as far as participating in carbon markets with some standards has not been that good. I think many of you know, you remember the stories of Tokareva, where almost some of the reported emission reductions had to be contested in the name of violating some rights. You have heard that some of our avoided deforestation initiatives, which have been participating in some standards I don't want to mention, have been contested. So, as we move forward to implement REDD+, by the way, the question also, are we all in this room aware of what REDD+ is? I remember a few years ago, my moderator was supported by the Minister of Water to ensure that we are ready and we understand REDD+. But as we know, Ugandans, we are forgetful. We might need to check ourselves if we all in this room, we know what REDD+ is. But just to show you why this capacity building initiative is so important, that today, if we don't continue to identify the gaps we have in our approaches of how we respect safeguards and address them, we might make our country be at a disservice. In a sense, however much John Beguman and colleagues in the climate change department will report that we have reduced 100 million tons of carbon dioxide, but when a community has been displaced, when my brother from Moroto, the Tepeth community, is saying you evicted them from Mountain Moroto to strictly conserve the mountain ecosystem, when our colleagues around Mountain Elgon are complaining, so we will not be verified for those credits until the environmental integrity, the social aspects are put into context. And I'm happy we have lawyers here in the room and we have representatives of different agencies. So as we move together, let's see how we strengthen our respect for safeguards. And for some of you might have forgotten these terminologies. We are in the right hands because we are going to be taken through a number of them. So as I wind up, Chair, I want to say on behalf of Emily, we want to thank so much the Ministry of Water and Environment for entrusting us this role to provide them the administrative support in managing this activity and ensuring that stakeholders actively participate in this process. So thank you very much, and over to you, sir.
I think you need to make it louder than that. I will allow that you get a supplementary for not having clapped for yourselves while you are introducing yourself. So you do one more clapping in order. Colleagues, we have been taken through a number of things that we should take note of, particularly particularly that we have, the process has been a consultative one, where we have consulted people in Imbalala, we have consulted people in Kagadi, and now we are consulting here, and we are consulting on a number of documents that we are going to hear, which will be presented to us on safeguards, on stakeholder engagement, on MRVs, and the conformity with these safeguards. We have also heard that This process has almost come to an end or close to an end. But in the process, we will have, by the end of the workshop, we will have, all of us will be trained in safeguards per se. And all of us will have an opportunity to participate later on in the conformance standards. Therefore, our participation in this meeting is both consultative as well as uptake in terms of participation and in terms of conforming to the training. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request that we move to the next item on the agenda, that is the quiz, to prepare ourselves to a better understanding of this, the outputs of this workshop. May I request Emma to project? Is it coming? Yes.
Thank you so much, moderator. We are going in the session of the quiz. We request that you go to your Google. We should have given you maybe a scan to scan, but we are going through this option. We are going to use this option where you will type the Mentimeter code. So when you type Mentimeter code, because if you do the login, it will be a longer. So just do Mentimeter code. It will definitely give you where to put the code. Then you will fill the code. You just type that word, Mentimeter, in the Google search. Ment.com. Are we all there? Just put ment, MENTI.com. Then you will see where to put that code and it will take you to the quiz. Amen. We can start the quiz, those that are there. If anybody is stuck, you will let me know. Each question you finish, you submit. When you scroll down, you will see a submit option down. Pardon? No. For example, we'll have REDD plus stands for, then you have the answers on your REDD. Some people have no questions. Some have. So what? So for people that don't have the question is REDD plus stands for. So you select from the answers. That is the first question. Okay. Ubuntu hasn't changed slides. Let's see what to do here. Launch another question.
Ask them. Ask if you got it.
Are we all done with the first one? So we go to the next. Okay, launch the second. So are we all able to see? For the online people, I put the link in the chat. We're on the second one, but the responses they are not representative.
So the next question is, who oversees the implementation of REDD actions in Uganda? Have you received that question? Yeah?
We move to the next. Move to the next. Until it will keep coming.
To the next. The next question says, REDD plus payments are made only after verified evidence of emission reduction are provided. Yes or no? REDD plus payments are made only after verified evidence of emission reductions are provided. We go to the next. He's asking for paper. The next, which of the following is not a risk associated with REDD plus credits? Which of the following is not a risk associated with REDD plus credits? One is performance, no guarantee that this stored carbon. Two, leakage, movement of economic destructive activities to another location. Then the third is additionally providing emission to reduce, proving emissions to reduce, and then the last is double counting. Which of the following is not a risk associated with REDD? We move to the next. Okay, we move to the next. What is the importance of REDD plus implementation MRV system? What is the importance of REDD plus implementation MRV system? One, detecting the changes in carbon stocks expressed in tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, determining forest carbon stock exchanges. Then the third is both A and B. And lastly, developing a forest reference emission level or forest reference level and ascertaining how much financial support has been allocated. What is the importance of REDD plus implementation MRV system? We move to the next. Which of the following is not a requirement for REDD plus result-based payments? Which of the following is not a requirement for REDD plus result-based payments? 1. National REDD plus strategy and action plan, National Forest Monitoring, Safeguards Information System, and Biennial Update Report. Which of the following is not a requirement for REDD plus result-based payments? We move. Which of the following standard or crediting system fully aligned with the requirements of the UNFCCC Cancun safeguards, including the Paris Agreement? Which of the following standard or crediting system fully aligned with the requirements of the UNFCCC Cancun safeguards, including the Paris Agreement? 1. Plan Vivo. 2. Gold Standard. 3. Verified carbon standards. 4. REDD plus environmental excellency standards, or the trees standards. Which of the following standards or crediting system fully aligned with the requirements of UNFCCC Cancun safeguards and the Paris Agreement? Are we there? We move. We should be seeing another screen saying thank you for joining. And we have come to the end of the quiz. We would like now to hear from the answers.
Currently, since this is a capacity building workshop, we know that participants from different categories, it's not easy to pay attention. And the only way someone pays attention if he's doing an exam, because no one wants to fail. So instead of having prepared those slides we usually do for you, we thought this would be an excellent way, such that if you passed that question, then you will never forget. If you failed it, then you must have a justification why you failed it. One of the easy justification is you didn't know. So can you go to the presentation with questions? We are trying to explore a number of ways we can ensure that the capacity building delivered is really entailing capacity. So at least when someone leaves today, when you go home, you have something you're able to report that you have learned. I've ever been in a capacity building workshop where I left after 5 days and I don't recall what I was trained. Because everything was becoming too much, too complex. Team, I'm waiting for you. And also, we're always busy. I was on WhatsApp, checking the latest updates, posts. She has a presentation. You load the presentation with questions. You want to use this? But there were some missing information I noticed. We're able to go? Okay, let's use this. Colleagues have insisted. Okay, you bring your laptop. So we are here and we have been talking about REDD Plus since morning. But 8 of us in this room are saying REDD Plus is reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Majority of us are saying it is reducing emissions from deforestation, forest degradation, and the role of conservation, sustainable management of forest, and enhancement of forest. So it's not complete. Enhancement of forest carbon stock. Now, when we talk about REDD Plus, I'm happy we don't have anyone who went to the extreme. REDD Plus in itself is a mechanism, and we have had confusion. People think REDD Plus it's itself a payment process. REDD Plus is a mechanism and it is a positive incentive mechanism. That is why the final definition of REDD Plus qualifies who are the participants. You are reducing emissions from deforestation, forest degradation, and the role of conservation. By the way, we are not conserving everything. We are conserving forest carbon stocks. Secondly, sustainable management of forests. And thirdly, enhancement of forest carbon stocks, meaning there are 5 activities of REDD Plus. But these activities are happening in one part of the world. They are happening in developing countries. So you won't find REDD Plus in Norway. You won't find REDD Plus in US. REDD Plus is a mechanism in developing countries. And I've said it started as a positive incentive. Now, when we went to Cancun, we defined it as a positive incentive in 2007. When we went to Cancun in 2010, we changed the language. That's where we qualified the language of result what? Result-based payments. But these result-based payments are coming from positive what? Incentives. So whoever defined it that way, thank you very much. Next. Who oversees the implementation of REDD Plus actions? Climate Change Department, NFA, NEMA, FSSD. Now, when you read the REDD Plus implementation strategy, it provides for who is providing that support or who is providing the overseeing role. The Climate Change Department has well-stipulated functions in the Act. That's where its functions are. So, if you don't see a function relating to REDD Plus, then means climate change is not part of the overseer. Yes, it is the Forest Sector Support Department, because that is where the REDD Plus focal point sits, and that is the mandated contact point for this initiative. Next. REDD Plus payments are made only after verified evidence of emission reductions are provided. So whoever said yes, you are right. I said it. These are result-based payments. So for you to get that payment, what is the result? The result is the evidence of what? Of emission reduction. That is why it has a rigorous MRV process. Forget about these grants we implement for resilience, where a donor gives you $1 million, go and you donate stoves to people. Whether they cook with them or they don't cook, teriyagala kumanya. But if you are asking for payment under REDD+, there has to be evidence of what? Of emission reductions. Next. Which of the following is not a risk associated with REDD+ credits? The reason why we are calling them REDD+ credits, we know many of you are stuck with this terminology called carbon what? Carbon credits. Sometimes we had a challenge with the parliamentarians telling them we are not only dealing in carbon credits. We are dealing with the emission reduction. So, for REDD+ credits, we have always had 3 key risks. How many of you were a part of the REDD working group of 2009? You were usual suspect, and you. Anna, you are not yet even in Uganda. So in 2009, when we used to meet in those old blocks of NFA, there were 3 things we identified. And up to now, they are the things which countries are crippling with to address. And they are, 1, permanence. And what do we mean by the word permanence? You need to guarantee that you have stored carbon, or your initiative has reduced this carbon or these emissions, and they will never come back. So many of our colleagues, they developed toward civil society, where we have had wars with some of them. I'm talking of the verbal wars. Why are you blaming us that we developing countries' climate change mechanisms are false? Yet for us, we are not complaining about your carbon capture and storage. Why are you saying REDD+ is a false solution? But you don't want to be blamed for the carbon capture and storage. Remember, for them, they are saying in their coal mines, they can pump coal emissions from coal deep down in the crust and they store them. Then they are choosing developing world NGOs for supporting REDD+, yet REDD+ has permanence issues. That is another science where we thought the colleagues who have done a lot of publications on permanence would have an interaction. The second thing, in 2009, still we discussed and we never resolved. Leakage. Leakage is any leakage. The way you have a can and you think you have tightened the knob, but you end up seeing, you see the liquid you put in the can is spilling over. Leakage in REDD+, because these are the things where our colleagues always find it difficult to understand us. We are talking about movement of economic destructive activities to another location. Let me put this into context. Assuming we do a REDD+ initiative in Mabira. All of you know Mabira forest, at least that is the most common forest. And I've told you, REDD+ initiatives or activities are 5 activities. The first one is assuming we stopped deforestation in Mabira. The second one, assuming we also halted selective logging of those good trees. And assuming our colleagues who are good at conservation also would have identified some permanent sample plots there and said, these ones, we put them under strict conservation. What happens? That the economic activities which have been in Mabira will now be pushed away. They'll be pushed to other forests. Which is the nearby forest around Mabira? Isn't it Bokareva? I don't remember the map. But they are around some forests in Mayuge. Like the South Busoga. So that means that Mabira will be a well-managed forest, but the loggers, the charcoal burners, will run to South Busoga forest. You get me? Now, the second challenge we are still grappling, how do we ensure we minimize leakage? So that is leakage. Thirdly, which is still a pain in the head, additionality. Now, the additionality we are talking about here is not adding, as you hear the word additionality. Many of the antagonists of REDD Plus are saying, even if you wouldn't do those 5 activities, still emissions will have what? Will have been absorbed by the surviving forests. Can you prove that these emissions were reduced? Now, where is the pain? That is now Begumana's work. He talked about he might be working with the colleagues of FAO, establishing a baseline where from that baseline and what you claim to have achieved through REDD Plus activities is measurable. Now, all of you know that it is not easy to establish a baseline. We have tried to do one, which is our forest reference emission level, the FREL. Okay? But that is way back. John will update us. What is the future? And remember, when we did our FREL, we are only looking at deforestation. Okay? But I've told you, there are 5 activities. So, that shows you that additionality is still a challenge. So, anyone who scored double counting should clap for him or herself. Double counting was not an issue associated with REDD Plus what? Credits. Double counting is an issue which is coming around MRV of emissions. Okay? Next, I hope we are trying to build now capacity. What is the importance of REDD Plus implementation MRV system? There, the keyword is REDD Plus implementation MRV system. Now, whoever answered the A and the B, clap for yourself. Because the MRV system of REDD Plus is surely focused on 2 parameters. 1, detecting changes in carbon stocks. That is the first key. Secondly, determining forest carbon stock changes, which John will elaborate to you that these are the emission what? Factors. Okay? Now, all of that is work which you'll go deeper when you are looking at a REDD Plus implementation MRV system. Okay? Developing a FREL falls under A. But remember, we have a provision called A and B. So whoever circled D left out A and B, which are the key. And we disqualified it with how much financial support. Financial support is not an issue. It's not a key concern of a REDD plus MRV system. That is a concern of a national MRV system when you want to track your financial flows. Okay? Next. Which of the following is not a requirement for result-based payments? Now, this has showed us that a number of you know the REDD plus payment requirements. If you recall, the Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Kazungu, has been telling us of the Warsaw framework. Some of you, I don't know who were with us in Poland when we are negotiating the Warsaw. I think, Anthony, you were there in the call. You are not there. I was with Onyai, that is what I recall, and we shared the room. I had to sleep on the floor because Onyai had paid for the room. So Onyai paid the room. I was broke. He told me you can't sleep on the bed with me. So he gave me a bed cover. I slept on the floor. Poland was cold, but I saved a lot of money. That's what I recall in Poland. But what we achieved in Poland, we agreed on the 3 key requirements for payments, which we are calling the Warsaw REDD plus framework. 1, for anyone to think about a payment, you must have a national REDD plus strategy and action plan. Uganda, that's a tick we have, isn't it? 2, you must have a national forestry monitoring system. Uganda will be taken through that. 3, respect for safeguards, or a safeguard information what? System. Uganda has all the 3. So B was the right answer. Biennial update report. Biennial update report is not a requirement for REDD plus payments. This is a report. Even if we attach the technical annex, that technical annex is not a requirement for payment. That is information. Okay? So whoever got that. So let's go to the last question. The last question. Which of the following standards for crediting system fully aligns with the Cancun safeguards? Let me see. Who selected gold standard? Gusta. Okay. Who selected Plan Vivo? No, you see, we are learning. I said no answer is wrong, no answer is right. This is a classroom. Maybe you tell us why you selected the gold standard.
It was, I looked at the Plan Vivo and thought the Plan Vivo has been a requirement for UNFCCC with the verified carbon standards. I was debating between the excellency standards, the trees, and gold. I really suspected gold, not out of knowing.
Because
No, I suspected the gold standard does not code.
Okay. Now, you answered a right answer with the wrong question. The question was, which of the following standards fully aligns? You get me? Fully aligns. Now, colleagues, in Uganda, Uganda is an interesting country. We have so many standards operating, but I'm happy with the regulations. All of you now are going to be brought into conformity with the national legislations and processes, as it has been in the past. The most painful is that standards have been doing their work the way they want, as if there is no housekeeper in the country. Now, let's go through all these standards. I want to start with the one the moderator started. Gold standard. Gold standard was doing avoided deforestation work. When the civil society globally became tough, remember most of these standards are from NGOs. I hope you knew that. They are NGOs. So when NGOs started fighting NGOs, the media came in. And the media fought voluntary carbon markets to the bone marrow. Who was the first to run away? Gold Standard. Gold Standard announced it is not dealing in forestry-related projects. Okay? So, whoever said you are aligning with Cancun, when you hear the word Cancun, Cancun safeguards, those are the 7 safeguards we discussed when Anthony took us to a beach in Cancun. By then, Kanye was rich. You forget about this current Kanye. Kanye supported 15 people to go to Mexico in Cancun. That was in 2010. And I remember every after negotiation, we would go to the beach and swim and eat and move across hotels. It was a chain of hotels which you would move around. But in Cancun, because REDD+ was boiling, it was the option developing countries were tabling as commitment to do mitigation. Remember, we are from Denmark. Denmark had failed in Copenhagen. You recall the Copenhagen Accords in 2009? So the rich countries were looking for what to cling on, such that the UNFCCC process does not collapse. So as we are looking for what to cling on, REDD+ was a baby, and adaptation. For me, I have always lamented Cancun was the departure of multilateral negotiations for climate change, because it introduced new institutions and new frameworks, which are making us suffer. But for REDD+, it gave you the Cancun safeguards, which are 7. And the only standard which has developed its safeguard system, safeguard parameters mirroring the Cancun is the trees standard. For some of you who have been with us. So the 1 and 4, please, you will join the 18. So the trees, which is the REDD+ environmental excellence standard, is aligned when we will go into the plan of conformance. We are conforming to the sub parameters under the UNFCCC Cancun safeguards. So in a nutshell, I won't talk about other standards. I will only limit to the gold standard and the REDD+. So whoever went to 18, I would encourage the 5 to also have that. So thank you very much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. And I hope we have built capacity general on REDD+ and the trees requirements. Thank you very much.
I think he deserves, well, I will be giving supplementaries for clapping for him, especially that he got me 1 offside for choosing gold standard without knowing the nitty-gritty according to the explanation he has given. Also, I took notes that we were about 30 participants in this workshop, but only 24 answered. Yes, only 24 answered. So I'm wondering what happened to the rest. Kabiriti, they do not have phones, smartphones. Okay, I understand. I'm wondering if there are any questions. Yes, John, Mr. John, I can extend the microphone to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Bachika, for taking us through the questions and helping people to come up to speed with REDD Plus and the definitions and what it stands for. But I would like to make some clarification. I start with the last one. I'm not a supporter of any standards, but the way it has been explained, we might start thinking some standards are better than others. These standards are applied depending on the circumstances. And it is not true that the compliance market standards don't have glitches. Much as the international NGOs found some issues with some of the standards, the way they were being applied, actually the standards had no problem, but the way they were being applied and how the board was approving those standards. So let me give an example. CDM has been and was one of the most popular approach where developing countries could go into this carbon trade mechanism. But remember, under CDM, they allowed only afforestation and reforestation. And they did not allow conservation of forest or putting mechanisms to reduce the rate of deforestation. And the argument was, one, that it was risky, the forest can get burnt, they could be attacked by forest, and I think members should know that these are negotiated positions. But with the time, evidence came out that deforestation was accounting for almost 20% of total emissions, total global emissions, including emissions from fossil fuels. So the world woke up, and that's how REDD actually was born. REDD was not born because of the Cancun agreement or what. It was on the realization that the negotiators had omitted a key element in curbing global warming. And the compliance market would never reach the target they had set to reduce emissions because they had ignored stopping the rate of deforestation. But a real glaring glitch in the CDM, and it is not actually glitch, it is the way the people who design these programs and who compute emission reductions, sometimes they can take advantage of the system. For example, why did Africa get almost, if I'm not mistaken, 4% of the global trade under CDM? And why did the rest go to Asia and the Pacific? It is because for them, they were reducing emissions from industries. And one of the gases, one of the hydrofluorocarbon gases they took advantage of was a gas that had a global warming potential of, I think, 3,000. So if you reduce that gas by only 1,000 tons, you would claim 1,000 times 3,000 times the price of carbon. Actually, it was proven that reducing emissions from that gas was not additional. It did not meet the additionality requirement. But CDM, the CDM board, approved a number of projects that were reducing that gas, and billions of dollars went to the beneficiaries. So I want to clear the floor that, one, we may not have to compare standards. In any standard, in any mechanism, there could be weaknesses and there could be glitches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John Begmana, for the clarification you have added to the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone through the early morning session where we looked at remarks of the opening remarks and a quiz that was designed to make us understand REDD better. I'm going to postpone the presentation on overview of safeguards approach in Uganda to the next session, and I would like us to prepare our minds for a breakfast. And before we go for breakfast, before we go out for breakfast, I would like to request that all of us convene here for a group photo. And therefore, I would like to ask you to move forward and we take this group photo. After that, we'll get to break. So, please join me.
So for us, Mr. Anthony Taboro. Last person.
You come closer here. I don't trust the camera of my phone. The camera. We said Fene. Okay, that's all. Now, and we are heading with break. Yeah. Yes, Paula. Breakfast is out here.
At some point,
Not what, I want to talk
What? Which millions? Yeah, they. Woman buzzing up. Was it in the? Let me just go to the tomorrow meeting.
That is the.
Someone who's around where they work. But the fund out. Still accounting that
And it was regulated, structured as an infrastructure project.
Yeah, the result of the first one.
So, for example,
And then you still get a sense of that. What
government had wanted to, want the money to go to the executive fund, like experience.
I
The
think
tourism sector. will have to
Yeah.
do that. So they are still, some funders are still trying to push it, that's fine.
you see, that's something they are doing.
They are pros and cons. So, they are pros and cons. But the system environment is moving.
Na hiti no tayari what? Oh no no.
Let me tell you, the conservation will not have a problem if the conservation is. Now, you have the plan, you have control the resources, and you have a plan of what you invest, spend. Comes with after that, they say priority, they say priority is not this, so you collect it.
Once it gets clear, you cannot get it back.
I agree with you. This man, with the net.
Because they saw also, they had the control. Now what you are seeing who are just like a they didn't feel interest in that side of get for them. But still, they are very comfortable. They found once they budget and are here, it's not. And it was highlighted on the asking why what money.
But consolidation is not so bad.
It
Because
will.
it will even.
It will not.
Even that thing.
Even the way you done them, it would, if
We
we
are
are
assuming we not go. We are assuming.
even if you want.
Assuming we get it enough.
Me, I sit to them there.
With the ESS.
Yes, we see them there. And
With that one, with that one, it can work.
We get it for the time. It takes enough time even if you start buying.
But you mean when you consolidate, you don't, you're just transferring the problem from one area to another.
When they were
When it's
decentralizing,
really-
it was when they were decentralizing, and the bank told them, I know, and that's why we're not decentralizing this. problem." And they were like, no, these people will be answer all the time, but the people said everyone is doing what? Everything has its own
People think you think Usana, you
people think.
When it was decentralized, we decentralized the heat.
Right, no, one side. Because when it has a need, and nothing wrong.
wherever.
Anyhow, and by.
What is the risk of one person taking all the money?
There is the bigger risk that one big fish
comes the next block. Ate muganda busitamu. Muganda muganda. Ate waliwo muganda. Muganda. Direi. Deri wali na wali kama kodo. Hello.
Hi, Richard. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you? Sorry, I'm a bit late, but I'm trying to connect on another machine. Is failed, so I'm now going to another machine.
Problem. We had already started with the logistics bit, so welcome. So we were discussing about the budgets that you had shared.
Yes.
Trying to figure out what are you saying you are able to supposed to be procured from your end. In the first thing that we have agreed about is the new hire for three assessments. So Richard had already shared with me the suggested names of the hotel. I think for Witty and Gainka were supposed to do them in one hotel, and then the assessment Chisholm was supposed to take place in Masindi. So our admin person is not in the board today, but she has already started the procurement process with the numbers that you gave us, these numbers. We had given Gainka 11 packs, and we've included the facilitator and also Florence, the plus 230. You had given 15, we've added 2, and Chisholm as well, we've added 2, the 19. So we are working on the.
Yes.
Richard, you have a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying, but because somewhere the network goes off. Don't know when they was gonna. But I can do, but I can. Listen,
Uh-huh. I think the rest will find when we are doing our presentations. Welcome back from tea break. I think the tea was wonderful, or you liked it. And come here. You know, hey, Christian. So they are. To who? To Ed? I think we are now ready to go. Colleagues, I was just saying we have reconvened after break tea, which you have enjoyed and some are still enjoying it. We are now into the second session where we are going to have three presentations. One by Nathan Mununuzi on overview of safeguards approach in Uganda. Then the other will be by Mr. Isaac on national MRV system. And then we shall have, God willing, we shall have the presentation by Bob. If Nathan is ready, I would like to invite him to step forward to make the presentation. You sent to the wrong person.
Thank you, moderator. Once again, I'm Nathan Mununuzi from the Ministry of Water and Environment. I bring apologies from the National REDD Plus focal person, Mr. Bob Kazungu. He should have been here to make some remarks at the beginning, but he's engaged somewhere. But we are trying to get in touch with him. He will be joining us later. But Robert has ably explained why we are here and also the connection between Emily and the Ministry of Water and Environment in this kind of engagement. Maybe just to emphasize, the ministry received some support from UNRED to support the safeguards program, and that support is channeled through Emily, and we are owning up whatever is being done. I cannot able talk about what going on under FAO and maybe and UNDP, but we are all doing the same work. I've been introduced as the safeguards coordinator, and that's what I do in the ministry. I'm from the Department of Environment Sector Support Services, and so one of the things we do is to support programs, projects to comply to safeguards. And so I'm part of the UN, I'm part of the REDD Plus Secretariat to support on the same. Support the same. I think we have all heard about safeguards, but since this is capacity building, I will take off time to assume that we may not know it all. And so I'll speak some details of what safeguards are. But you should have had in the recent years a lot of emphasis on safeguards, to the extent that some projects have even been stalled or stopped because of failure to comply to the safeguards requirements. And we need to take note that mostly we have donor requirements, and mostly our consciousness has been tuned that direction. When World Bank comes up and says no funding because you are not doing ABC, that's when you rush to do it to comply. But we need to note that safeguards should be part of our day-to-day work, and we must always be conscious about them, even if no one is pushing you to do it. And in the presentation, I'll mostly talk about the Cancun safeguards, which are the subject of discussion. So I'm waiting for the technician to connect me, and then mine goes earlier. So we can put in slideshow. Okay, we are looking at the overview of the approach we are using, or what we have so far done under the REDD Plus arrangements. And those are my names. Can we continue? That's just an outline of what I'm going to present. Let's just move to the next. Okay. By definition, safeguards refer to measures to protect the health, well-being, and human rights of individuals, which allows people to live free from abuse, harm, or neglect. We need to note that when we are designing projects, we design them with good intentions. But along the way, as we're implementing, some people may, in a way or the other, be affected. Now, when we talk about safeguards, we are saying, even if we are bringing development, we should also be conscious about any other associated impacts that such development may have on the well-being of the people and also of the environment. So they could be tools to prevent and mitigate undue harm to people and to the environment in development projects. And the tools refer to either policies, strategies, guidelines that may be put in place to safeguard the environment and the people. And then when it comes to institutions, there are mandated institutions that are supposed to follow up on some of these safeguards. I know when we talk of environment, many times we talk about NEMA as the overall regulator, but when we are talking about safeguards, it extends beyond the mandate of NEMA, because there are those other social issues which may be under Ministry of Gender, there are issues to do with land, which go to Ministry of Lands, and so many other aspects. So we have institutions in place, we have policies or the tools that are required to ensure that we are complying. That's basically what safeguards are. We proceed. Why safeguards? Okay. Preservation of environment and natural resources. You've heard on many occasions that some people think that when you put developments where there are natural resources, it is cheaper. So avoiding, maybe compensating people, sometimes we find that the environment could be affected, but it could be in form of either pollution or release of other substances and the like. So we talk about safeguards because we want to preserve the environment and the natural resources. We talk about safeguards because we need to ensure social stability. You have heard of projects where maybe a contractor comes with workers, and along the way they are engaged in relationships with people, and you find issues of GBV coming out of the project. Someone was telling me some few days ago that you see there are some Chinese babies being born around the Karuma. You've seen them also. You've seen two babies. Yeah. You see? Social instability. Now the fathers might have disappeared after the construction of the dam. Now, when we talk of safeguards, we need to look at those other associated issues. There is a dam, but somebody has planted children and going back to China. What happens? Ensuring health. At times when we are having maybe at construction level, there could be associated health impacts that could arise. For us who work in Luzira, when you're moving from Bugolobi to Chitintale, because of the road works going on, there is now too much dust. But the contractor is not mindful. They say, after we are working on the road for them, so in the meantime, you bear with the dust as we wait to do what? So under safeguards, how do we minimize the dust that is arising out of the construction? And in case of any other associated health aspects, we need to consider that. Ensure safety. Sometimes when you have a new road, a new tarmac road, it comes with accidents. People are proud of having tarmac, but kids are dying. Someone has opened up a borrow pit, children are falling in there. Someone has opened up a dam and it's not yet fenced. So safety of the people is also another reason why we actually talk about safeguards. But all in all is we need to promote development that upholds environmental and social values for all stakeholders. People were saying that there is no development that may come without affecting any people. It may, but when we talk of safeguards, we must minimize as much as possible any impacts that could arise on the people or on the environment. Can you proceed? The rationale is to avoid potential adverse environmental and social impacts. Continue. The aim of having these safeguards, one, is to ensure that the environmental and social issues are evaluated in decision-making in the entire project cycle. Like I've said, many times people talk about safeguards simply because the donor is threatening to stop. And at that time, you come up with interventions to do post-mortem when damage has been done. But here we talk about evaluation and decision-making right from there, all through the project cycle. And this helps to identify, to prevent, to mitigate, to effectively manage and compensate for the environment and social issues of government projects. And also to evaluate and manage environmental and social impacts from project preparation to implementation. Sometimes you may not foresee certain issues at the time of insertion, and maybe along the way, you realize that some problems could arise. My colleague from OA is not here, but there is a project on which I coordinate the safeguards therein. And when we started, along the way, some people rose up and said, World Bank, why are you paying people who are killing us? So they were like, they are getting more money to kill more people. Of course, it was, these were allegations that could not be substantiated. But again, it had to compare a study to be done, that is, they called it social and conflict analysis, find out how widespread such issues are. So evaluation and management of the impacts that may come from project implementation is key, and also to enhance benefits and opportunities as well as address adverse impacts. We always say that people should be left better off than we found them. No one should come up and say, I used to live this kind of life, but when that project came, that's why I'm suffering. So how do we maximize on the positive impacts, and how do we address or mitigate the adverse impacts that could arise out of this? And then to provide a mechanism for consultation with affected people and civil society. Now, you realize that in many of the safeguards requirements, issues of stakeholder consultations are key. And that's why, even as we are preparing these safeguards documents to conform to the treaty requirements, we have a lot of engagements of stakeholders. And that's why we are even convening today to get input from you. And then to disclose relevant project information to project affected persons and key stakeholders. So information disclosure is a requirement. Let people know what you are intending to do. Let people know the associated impacts. Let people know how you're going to address these issues. So through safeguards, such information can be shared, and also to ensure supervision of compliance and outcomes during project implementation. So we follow through all the project life cycle to ensure that at every single stage, issues that could arise at that level are addressed. We continue. Now, there are a number of safeguards instruments, but these depend on the donor requirements, that is, if it is now a donor-funded project, but also the nature of investment. So certain instruments will be required, others may not, but I'm just sharing with you examples. And I know the most common one, the most common instrument is the environmental and social impact assessment. And just to note, many people think that when you do SIA, you've complied to safeguards. Well, it helps to address a number of them, but I want to say that it goes beyond just ESIA. So the impact assessments and the audits, those are tools, are instruments used to comply to safeguards. And we know that this is guided by the National Environment Act. We have the schedules, Schedule 4, which talks about project briefs, Schedule 5, which talks about texts that require mandatory ESIA. And so if there are such interventions that speak to those, it is a mandatory that the assessments are done. And after the assessments, the audits are equally followed as one of the conditions therein. And then we have the environmental management plan, or we call them ESMPs, environmental and social management plans. These are closely related to the first one. That is, if you are doing a detailed ASIA, the ESMP is part of it. But for projects that may appear to be exempt, that will not require detailed impact assessment, at least we prepare the ESMPs, even address those other minimal impacts that could arise out of that. The 2019 Act also introduced strategic environment assessment, which is basically to do with projects, programs, plans, and policies. It's now a requirement that when government is coming up with a policy, with a plan or a program, they do strategic environment assessment. But also in the Act itself, it is a requirement if it is a framework project or landscape project, a project of a large scale nature, like we do the industrial parks. The framework level, we can do strategic environment assessment, and then ASIA can come alongside that. And then also during project development, we usually come up with the environmental and social management framework. I've seen World Bank being so keen about this, and this tells what kind of assessments that we require, and they assess even the category of the proposed project, whether it is high risk, whether it is low, moderate, or negligible. And then in the case of any project that is to be implemented where there are indigenous people, you may be required to come up with an indigenous people's planning framework where there must be actions relevant to that category of people because they are marginalized, and so there must be interventions that do not deprive them of their rights. And the other instrument are physical, cultural, social resources management plans. That is where there are issues to do with cultural heritage, where people have their own cultures, and you have to be careful on how to handle issues related to culture. We proceed. Other instruments where you have people going to be resettled or compensated, then it will be a requirement that you do a resettlement action plan and to ensure that these people are taken where they will or are relocated to another place. Sometimes we prepare the process framework. Process framework is usually where you are not resettling people, but maybe you are going to use their land. And I think this speaks more to some of the interventions we undertake. You are not taking out people, but if people say they are going to invest into tree planting, and someone is off a land, although the trees are on his land, there are some arrangements that may be put in place, either an MOU or a surrender letter. So that is a process framework. How are you getting into arrangement with the landowners or the people you are working with to define the kind of arrangement that is in between? The stakeholder engagement plan, you must clearly state out how are you involving the people. And I know one of the issues, one of the outputs of this support we are getting from REDD is to prepare a stakeholder engagement plan, and someone will be presenting it later in the day. And closely related to the stakeholder engagement is the grievance redress mechanism, which is in place frameworks through which any aggrieved persons can go and report their grievances and how this can be resolved within the planning framework, within the implementation framework. Where you are going to employ people, they could be casual laborers, they could be other technical people, they could be contractors. They're supposed to come up with the labor management procedures. This talk to how do you recruit people? What are the codes of conduct? What are the rights of the employees? Do they have appointment letters and all that? So that becomes a safeguard requirement. And also issues to do with occupational health and safety, where you have to protect the rights of the workers. Do they have personal protective equipment? Do they have welfare facilities? What are the conditions of work that they are working under? So these are some of the safeguards instruments that we do embrace in Uganda, and the laws that provide for them are there. But as I said, which instruments to use and when is dependent on the nature of the project, but also the donor requirements for a respective donor who might be supporting the interventions. Now, we narrow down to Cancun. I know, okay, some people may be more conversant with IFC standards, which are basically contain what the World Bank requirements. But when it comes to REDD Plus associated activities, we are required to comply with the Cancun safeguards. And these arose in the 2010 in Mexico, as Robert was indicating earlier on. It was during that COP16 that they defined the 7 safeguards to be applied when undertaking all REDD Plus activities. And then these 7 safeguards are: 1, actions complement or are consistent with the objectives of national forest programs and relevant international conventions and agreements. So it is a requirement that if you are coming up with any interventions that are REDD Plus related, then those interventions must be consistent with our national forest programs, but also the relevant international conventions and agreements. And in this case, it is mainly the UNFCCC, the CBD. Robert, remind me the other two.
UNCCD.
The desertification, yes. Okay, so we must be complying to the those international standards, but also the national forest programs. That is safeguard requirement 1. Then the second one is transparent and effective national forest governance structures, taking into account national legislation and sovereignty. We have issues of governance, especially in forestry. So any intervention has to comply with the governance structures. And this is also in line with the national legislation and sovereignty. The third safeguard is on respect for the knowledge and rights of indigenous peoples and members of local communities. So this one also recognizes the rights of the indigenous people. There are people who are called indigenous in this country, although many of us think we are also indigenous, but that is as defined by the Constitution. Those are the specific categories. We must take care of their interests when we are coming up with interventions, especially in areas where they are found. The first safeguard is full and effective participation of relevant stakeholders, in particular indigenous peoples and local communities. So this speaks to the requirement to have a stakeholder engagement plan, and you must take deliberate actions to disclose the stakeholders, the interventions that you are coming up with. And then the fifth one is that actions are consistent with conservation of natural forests and biological diversity. Then actions to address the risks of reversals. Robert talked about something to do with reversals, whereby you may have interventions in one area, and you think like you have reduced deforestation, but again, there could be a deforestation in another area which can reverse the interventions in the other. I could give an example of the current ban on charcoal in Acholi sub-region. So you may have that ban to help reduce deforestation in Acholi, but these charcoal banners can relocate. So they can reverse the interventions you are putting here by doing the same in a different area. So how do we prevent such reversals from occurring? And then actions to reduce displacement of emissions. So those are the 7 Cancun safeguards. And as we are doing the safeguards work under UN REDD, we are putting in place measures to ensure that Uganda complies to these safeguards. Okay, we continue. What have we so far done since the insertion of the REDD Plus? I know when Robert was asking who was there in 2009 when this work was starting, and there were just a handful. But we had the REDD Plus readiness phase, which prepared a number of framework documents. And that is why now we are transitioning to implementation phase, because we complied with these. So we prepared the ESMF and the CESA. At that time, all these documents are available on the ministry website. When you go to programs and projects, you open REDD Plus, you will see all these safeguards documents. But now these are those that speak to what we intend to undertake under REDD Plus. So we have the process framework. I've already explained to you what the process framework is. Most of the interventions may not involve displacement of people, but we usually talk of the process framework. But just in case there is to be anything to do with displacement, then it would require for a resettlement action plan. We have the Indigenous Peoples Planning Framework. We recognize the contribution of the Indigenous people and their interests. So that is there. Resettlement policy, safeguards information system design document. Then we also have a safeguards information system web page that was also that is also in place. There's a gender strategy, and then these other complementary tools, which include the feedback reverse redress mechanism, the benefits sharing agreements, and then the first summary of safeguards information, and that reports on the compliance with the Cancun safeguards. So this is what was prepared at that time when we were getting ready, and we were assessed against the existence of these to transit to where we are now. So that is the work we have so far done, and now we are preparing the safeguards, the stakeholder engagement plan, and also preparing the registration documents for art trees. Can we proceed? The status, when it comes to the 7 safeguards, we are trying there was an assessment that was done recently to see the status of compliance of Uganda, the 7 Cancun safeguards. And so the first safeguard, which is on actions to complement or that are consistent with the national objectives of national forest programs, we note that REDD Plus actions are consistent with Uganda's national forest programs and relevant international conventions. And we note that there are a number of policies, laws, and regulations, as well as regional and international conventions and agreements. That one, you know very well, Uganda, we are never short of policies, laws, and regulations. We have a tick there. And then when it comes to transparent and effective national forest governance structures, Uganda has a number of policies, laws, and regulations that provide for transparent and effective national forest governance. Of course, between me and you, we still have governance issues, very serious ones. So much as these frameworks are there, we still have some issues, and some of them are actually anchored in other institutions of government, not necessarily our own, and that again brings coordination challenges. The third safeguard on respect for the knowledge and rights of indigenous peoples. There are a number of Ugandan policies, laws, and regulations that provide for the same, and that comes right from the Constitution of Uganda that defines who the indigenous people are, and their rights are taken care of. Again, there is the historical injustice on these people, which some of us cannot correct now, but there are efforts to make sure that the interests of these people are taken care of. Next. the full and effective participation of relevant stakeholders, the number of policies, laws and regulations that provide for effective participation of relevant stakeholders, forest sector coordination structures proposed under the Uganda Forest Policy, and so many others. So most of them, when it comes to policies, laws and regulations and institutions, we are compliant. I think tomorrow when we are talking about the plan of conformance, we shall clarify that when it comes to laws, we are doing well. When it comes to institutions, we are doing well. But at the outcome level, there's some work that needs to be done that speaks to those two which are already compliant. And that is why we are preparing a plan of conformance that shall be shared with you tomorrow. Actions are consistent with conservation of natural forests and biodiversity and biological diversity. There are a number of Ugandan policies and laws and regulations that are relevant to this. When it comes to biodiversity, we have NBSAP, we have the National Biodiversity and Social Offset Strategy and guidelines and all that. All these are in place. We proceed. Actions to address the risks of reversals. Still, we have various provisions, especially in the National Forest and Tree Planting Act, that talks about gazette that protects any reversals that would come maybe mostly from degazettement, where some areas have been degazetted, and then we're supposed to do efforts to make sure that we replace for the loss that has incurred in that regard. And lastly, actions to reduce displacement of emissions. There are still policies that do require assessment of risks of displacement of activities. Now, we have a full detailed assessment report that speaks to these laws and the policies that are in place. So I couldn't go into each and every safeguard to talk about which laws are where and what they state. But what I'm just reporting to you is that there are already existing laws that do speak to all these safeguards. And that explains why we are now moving to the next level where we are getting into actual implementation. Nevertheless, there are challenges. I've hinted on some of them already. Limited understanding of the safeguards requirements. Yes, as already indicated, when people talk of safeguards, people tend to think it's something that is not clear. And on several occasions, like I've said, people are usually ambushed when donors say, if you don't do this, we are stopping the project. Then you rise up. So it's because of that limited understanding of the safeguards requirements. I think about 2-3 weeks, I had in KCC where World Bank is stopping a project on the drainage because of compensation. So sometimes you would wonder if they think that this needed to be done before, but it's mainly because of the limited understanding of what these safeguards are. Lack of ownership by different actors. I've already indicated that this is usually brought on board simply because there is pressure from the donors. But many actors don't feel like they should really be addressing these safeguards. I've had the colleagues even within our own work environments. These people overemphasizing these things of safeguards. Are they more important than the core aspects of the project? So we don't own them up. And we also note that you find an institution doing similar activities, but refusing to comply with safeguards because it is government of Uganda money. And then if it is coming from a donor, they will do them. So we don't own up these because we think it is an additional burden. Cost implications. Now, sometimes when it comes to issues of resettlement, we have had challenges on a number of projects where the government has to put a lot of money to compensate before even you start a project. And this compensation doesn't come from donor money. The donors say you first compensate before we give you our money. But I'm glad of late I've heard from World Bank saying they are reconsidering using their donation to do part of the resettlements. Otherwise, you move a step and then you are dragged backwards. So the costs that may be involved in this may be too high. I talked about the social and conflict analysis study that was done. As the project had already started, and then I said, people are complaining that you people kill people, so let us find out what exactly is happening. So we had to secure about $150,000 just to do a conflict analysis over baseless allegations. I would call them in quotes. Overlaps in the different institutions. Still, I'll give an example of land. You do a project in a forest, or you want to do something in a forest, somebody has gotten a title, and it is authentic. Some people asking, how? You mean there's no coordination within government? Someone on one hand is saying, this is the right institution that should be approving this. Then on the other side, so we have those overlaps, and they create a lot of question marks. And that's why many times there is that perception that there is selective application of the law. I don't know how far that is, because it appears to work on others and then on the rest, but I can't say that because I work in government. Inadequate consultations and disclosure. Sometimes project implementers feel like consulting people is costly and time consuming, but also we know the dynamics of our people. People will always raise issues, endless issues, when it comes to project implementation. That's why sometimes we try to limit on the level to which we consult people. And then lack of follow-through, the supervision, and this can affect timely preparation of restructurings and additional financing. You know, sometimes, like I talked about those framework documents that we prepared, sometimes we prepare these documents just for the sake of preparing them. Then as you get into implementation, you have thrown them away. Then you remember along the way that you should have done certain things. So that becomes a challenge in the implementation of safeguards. With coordination within different institutions, yeah, that is still related to the overlaps that I've talked about. And then the defining donor requirements. So if you are preparing a project for REDD+, you have to go to the Cancun safeguards. If it is World Bank, you have to look at their own safeguards. So the different donors have different requirements. Although they are related, you'll find sometimes there are some variations therein. And you note that now to date, World Bank has freezed new projects because of the AHA. If you don't, actually, even those that are already existing, you must now change the language to include certain sections of people. Now, there are some terminologies that have come up. When you hear someone talking of SOGI, then you should know they are talking of sexual orientation and gender identity. So they are saying, use inclusive language, not to appear to be discriminating some people because of their sexual orientation. And so if the donor requires that, you either do it and get the funding or you lose out on the funding. So those are the challenges. I think that's where I want to end with my presentation and then open up through the chair for any questions and clarifications. Thank you.
Yes, colleagues, thank you, Mr. Nathan, for taking us through the presentation where you have defined the safeguards. You have really told us why we undertake safeguards. You told us about a set of instruments or requirements that we have to fulfill, which include SIA, EMP, ESMP, USMF. We have told us the safeguard concerns. You have given us examples of safeguards which are implemented in Uganda. You have also talked about the challenge
which includes, among others, limited understanding of the safety requirements. Colleagues, this is the time to fire him. Friendly fire, please. You can raise your hands. Okay. Yeah, the first one is Anthony.
Thank you. I'll begin from where you ended, not you gasping. The government. Now, you noted well that the different donor requirements, different safeguards. I won't speak like a layman. As government of Uganda, would you have like an integrated kind of system where you collect all these safeguards? Because there are commonalities in some of them. So you have like a standard set of safeguards, because sometimes when you are doing projects, those are things which as you correctly noted. But as it is now, you appear like you're remote. So this one comes to what if you have like 3 donors supporting one project? So we're like a joint action. It becomes very challenging time management others. Yeah.
You actually mean a standard set of safeguards that are for government of Uganda. Yes. Okay. Any other questions? Indigenous people.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ours looks like my question is a bit mixed, but you will guide me technically, because I speak from a practical point of view. We have a consortium of 21 partners, local government and NGOs, and they have formed themselves into one group called Karamaja Interest Group on Protected Areas. We intend to solve issues related to land. And one of the challenges we have had related to REDD is NFA battling with OPM over a project of coffee in the strict measure zone of Timu Forest, which costed the range manager to be transferred, and the staff who was attached to Carbon has also been fired. Mine is the safeguards are well set. As a government, when will Uganda learn to practice what is good? That is where we have the issue. Because when we talk about this, talking about risks and reversals, who creates the risk? Who should advise on the reversals? And that one we had actually, because even the coffee has been abandoned. Timu Forest was cleared from the top of the mountain. And they brought these reflector jackets with the coat of arms, OPM. They cut the forest, then they planted the coffee trees. Now the coffee trees, we don't take tea there. We don't take coffee. We take honey. So such kind of projects which affect, how can REDD Plus and the Secretariat help us in making sure we roll out this kind of capacity building to even local governments. We have the district of forest officers, because they could give an expert opinion regarding what will happen to all this and that. Because for us there, we are already in a state of quagmire. Is it OPM, which is more than NFA and more than the forest officer and all this and that? So we don't know. For us, we just remain with our indigenous knowledge. Government is doing this, and we keep quiet. So what can be the guidance? Thank you.
I think he's very clear. He has a question related to double standards. Why do the standards apply for one organization and don't apply for the other? Yes, Mr. Bashika.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I think I was intrigued by some of the comments. Maybe I would request my colleague also to help clarify. How do we identify these risks related to reversals, for example, and then leakage, or the issue of the displacement? Secondly, you have highlighted we have policies and those and tools. But I think if you would also give your experience, like a classic example on how you have been able to detect and manage risks, like a practical view, because this thing continues to haunt us. And you see, those are the last two indicators where I think we still have a lot of information requirements. For example, what evidence do we show to reduce risks related to reversals and displacement? So for me, if the presenter can give that clarity, it would add value. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bashika, for that question on how to detect and manage the risks. I think we allow the presenter to answer those. If there are any other questions that may come up, we shall always have a second chance. Mr. Nathan.
Thank you, Madrid, and thank you for the questions. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone help me with the hard ones, and yet they are all hard.
You're also hard.
Okay, let me try to attempt. Don't we have an integrated system as government where we have all these safeguards requirements already, where we have the frameworks prepared? The Ministry of Water and Environment has made an attempt, and that's why it is the accredited institution receive Green Climate Fund, but that is specific to that. But in some of the frameworks that have been prepared, they were basically broadened up, not to be limited to only the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund, to as well address the rest. But that aside, like I said, different interventions require, different projects may require different interventions. And so we cannot say, okay, we have an ESMF somewhere, and every time we are applying, we go and pull it out and say we have this. No, it speaks to what you are intending to do. So as and when you are coming up with a project idea, we need to tease out what is it that we should be looking out for in line with where you are looking for the donor support. So much as we have these frameworks in place, there is still work that is always needed as and when you are developing an idea that you do what you prove that you are complying with those requirements. So it means that we still have to keep following up on what the donors require and what needs to be done in regard to that. About the challenge in Karamoja, there's the consortium of the 21 partners, and then we have NFA on one side, OPM on the other, then we have local governments. One seems to have more powers than the other. So even when they are doing what is wrong, they supersede the ones that could be mandated. I think I really indicated under the challenges that we have those coordination issues. And some of the issues we face in the natural resource management is sometimes when you are pushing for conservation, you might be doing it at the expense of maybe someone's votes, and the votes might override the environmental requirements. But if things were done right, like in your case, even before you think of cutting down a forest to plant coffee, what are the offsets? Now, the law clearly spells out under the mitigation hierarchy. On the unlikely event that you are going to do something that is affecting biodiversity, you must prove that you tried all the other avenues before you do that. But even when you do it and there are residual impacts, you must put in place mitigation measures to do that. I would really wonder how a forest could be turned into a coffee plantation. I'm not sure how, and I'm not conversant with the project you're talking about. I know at some point someone was saying that when you cut down Mavira forest and plant sugarcane, the sugarcane will play the same roles as the trees. I heard that statement sometime back. Maybe when this one thought that coffee is a tree. Coffee is a tree. So we replace this with the other. But anyway, these are some of the errors we have, especially if it is not external funding. Some of these things are usually abused. But if done right, if you must do so, there are mechanisms and procedures that require you to follow a certain procedure to do that. And those mechanisms provide for a net gain or a non-net loss, or probably a net gain. So maybe the NFA was overpowered by the powers that be, and so they had to. But I've not heard of a central coffee reserve. Okay. Of course, now when it comes to awareness, that is actually part of what we do under the ministry. But of course, some of these are usually demand-driven, and many people do not know that the environment sector support services should be supporting all projects across the board. At least I work with UA, I work with NFA on some projects. We have Green Climate Fund, which I'm supporting, and many others. We have other projects within the ministry, that is water, under the water subsector, which we support to do the safeguards. So if we understood what actually is going on in there, maybe we could guide on what should have been done. But part of the challenges we face, one decision is taken, like to plant the trees, and there is nothing like taking care of those other associated impacts. And at the end of it all, these projects become more costly. You realize that the last minute that you shouldn't have gone that direction, but when it is too late, how do we identify risks related to reversals and displacement? Yeah, that is again another challenge with some decisions made by some people. Because literally, if we do appreciate, like the example I gave of the ban on charcoal, if there is a challenge in this country, and we all know that, we all use the charcoal, including people in this room, except me. Now, you know that you burn this in Acholi, but there is still charcoal. So people look for it elsewhere. So in a nutshell, you are only succeeding in protecting some trees somewhere, but there will be need for the same coming from elsewhere because the demand is there. And that's why when certain decisions are taken, and there have been those debates, are there alternatives that we are promoting before we talk of total ban? Otherwise, if the alternative is not there, the business will still go on. Now, the question becomes, if I have effectively done this in one area, how do I prevent a certain damage or an equivalent or even more disastrous damage elsewhere with this intervention? So the challenge you are having is the same as mine, because literally, unless you do it countrywide, otherwise when you say only this region don't do this, it will be done elsewhere. And actually, these are some of the challenges we are facing. We've had scenarios where, even when our neighbors ban the banning of charcoal, we begin exporting to them, which even causes more damage the resource, because elsewhere they've banned the banning, but they are using the same resource. So the question is, where does it come from? Now, I will not have an explicit answer to this, that when we do this, there will be no reversals. But the safeguard requirement is that we must be sure that whatever we are doing or whatever interventions we are doing, we might have a club and say we are doing very well here, but when actually we are causing a bigger problem elsewhere. Like people have already said that don't accuse people in Acholi for banning charcoal because you are demanding this charcoal in Kampala. The impact still remains. The Kampala people will still need the charcoal irrespective of where it is coming from. So if they were getting it from Acholi before, they will go to the well and get it. And you find that you will not have solved anything in any way. So, Robert, you know that those two safeguards, there are serious challenges on them, and that's why even we don't have outcome indicators on them because of their nature. And even the people guiding us on this process have equally been silent about this. But it's anyway a requirement under the safeguards, and we must have the policies and the procedures in place. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manonozi, for the response. We've got some questions coming in or streaming in through from our online participants. One issue is, I will read. One, the indigenous Masiop sect of Bennett in Mount Elgon request government to expedite the social corporate responsibility in line with Article 32 of the Uganda Constitution. OPM, Minister of Lands and Housing and Urban Development, should, with immediate effect, take a stand on the boundary to have indigenous people's development. Give indigenous people priority in everything. The owners of the resources will not give a good will if not involved. Yes, take meeting to the ground. Yes, take the meeting to the ground. Yes, I can see there are also other participants, Philip Bakalikwira, Kakoza Joseph, Christine, and she's here. If you have any comments, if you have any questions to ask, please kindly, by show of hand, you will let us know if you have any questions to ask. And to our dear participants here, any other questions? No? Yes, in the meantime, you respond to this online participant.
Thank you for the comment. Unfortunately, I've never interacted with the Bennett, and I'm not conversant with the framework within which they operate. But I've had more interaction with the BATWA, where we have seen that NFA and OA have their provisions when they allow these people to access the resource that they traditionally accessed, and they are directly involved in some activities. But this question is basically to Minister of Lands and OPM, that they have a corporate social responsibility that they need to undertake in line with the Constitution. And it was very clear that if this is not done, then other interventions may not really work out. And also they said we take the meeting to the ground. So, Robert, let us take the meeting to the ground and we talk from there. We understand the context in which this is coming. But anyway, there must be efforts to address the issues of the indigenous communities. And some of these could be force dependent communities whose rights need to be protected. And you may realize that some of the activities they do may not necessarily be destructive. They could be picking a few fruits or medicines and so on. So maybe when we go to the ground, we shall see what actually needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mnunuzi. Join your hands to thank him for the good presentation and also to respond to our questions. Those questions that he has not been able to respond properly, I can encourage you to have a one-on-one during lunch break. We move on to our second presenter. I think if you can call Emma. Yes, we move on to our next presenter, who is Isaac. Isaac is going to take us through the national MRV system and the So, Emma, sorry, Isaac, take us through the presentation.
Thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Okiro Orena with the Ministry of Water and Environment. Firstly, I would like to bring apologies from Irene Chekoti. She's the one who was supposed to be making this presentation. She's the senior climate change officer in charge of mitigation. So she asked me to step in. I hope I can do justice to her presentation. So the concept of MRV, of course, for those of you who have been in the climate space know that under the UNFCCC convention, we are required to, as a developing country, to report every 4 years, what we call the National Communications Report. And in that report, of course, we give our progress on addressing climate change. But at COP13, I think it was 2007, it was in Bali. Bali Action Plan was adopted by parties and brought in the aspect of MRV, which is measurement, reporting, and verification. And also it brings in the aspect of countries having to develop what we call biannual update reports. Of course, fast forward to the Paris Agreement, these have now been transformed into what we will call the biannual transparency reports, but will also be done on a 2-year basis. So when we talk of MRV, it's basically measurement, reporting, and verification. When you look at the measurement, applies to both efforts that address climate change and the impact of these efforts. So you're looking at measurement of the actions you're doing in terms of adaptation, but also actions that you're doing in terms of mitigation, but also measurement of the emissions that accrue from the various sectors, as we shall see as we continue the slide. Aspects of reporting is basically in our national communications that we ideally should be reporting every 4 years. But as a country, we have so far made only 3 national communication reports, the first one being in 2002. In 2014 was our second national communication report to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Then the third national communication was in 2022. And then in terms of the bionutrients update report, we have only made 1 report. That was in 2019. We are currently in the process of doing a second bionutrient update report. Hopefully this will be completed by December this year. John is part of the team supporting us in that assignment. Of course, also now, after Paris, the aspects of NDCs, National Endowment Contribution Scheme, countries made commitments, and so we have to report on the progress of our commitments. Are we achieving the commitments that we had set out to achieve by 2030 for our case? Then, of course, the aspect of verification through what we call the international consultation and analysis process. So why MRVs broadly to help us fulfill the requirements of the transparency framework under the Paris Climate Change Agreement. So in terms of the benefits, of course, domestically, the MRV will help us to assess and track implementation of planned climate change actions, including the status and implementation and progress achieved of our national climate change goals. And internationally, we have to meet our reporting requirements. That is a given. The fact that we're part of the UNFCCC, we have to meet our reporting obligations. Of course, there are certain benefits to having an MRV in place. One is that it helps us to have informed decision making. So in terms of policy making, we have a system that provides us with the information for us to make informed decisions. But also it provides information for planning purposes and coming up with climate action. So for example, when you look at our NDC, it's based on emissions data that we had in our greenhouse gas inventory, and then the model that understand what the situation will be like, then come up with actions that we feel can help to reduce our emissions, but also help our communities to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Of course, this will help us to as well unlock sources of finance, combat climate change. It helps in identifying needs for technical and financial support, as well as building national capacities to ensure sustainability of reporting processes. Next, please. Yes, so in terms of the requirements, both have domestic requirements and international requirements. At the domestic side, you must have the policy and regulatory framework in place, institutional elements for managing the MRV. But on the other side, there are the existing requirements that call upon us to have an MRV in place. For example, the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory, because you have to report your emissions. The national communications, because this is actually the inventory is one of the aspects, one of the chapters that is catered for in the national communications and the annual update reporting. But further to those existing requirements, when the Paris Agreement came into force in 2015, you can see some of the requirements are maintained, but then now the new aspect is on progress of NDC implementation, and then also the aspects of adaptation communication, reporting in terms of what we are doing in relation to adaptation. So for Uganda's MRV system, it is an integrated system that looks at about 5 areas. One is the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. So with the Greenhouse Gas Inventory, we look at, first of all, within our MRV, it gives provisions for all the sectors recognized by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC. So we look at energy. Energy, we are looking at basically emissions from fuel combustion activities in stationary combustion, but also transport. And then the other sector is industrial processes and product use, where we're looking at, for example, cement production, lime production, but also the use of solvents and lubricants. So within the processes of industrial work, there are certain emissions that accrue from that. The other sector being agriculture, forestry, and other land use. Of course, under agriculture, we're looking at issues to do with, for example, paddy rice growing, issues to do with enteric fermentation, that is from livestock, and then manure management. But important to this conversation is the aspect of food, the forestry and other land use. So here we look at emissions that accrue from land and the different land conversions. So, like I said, remember under the IPCC, it looks at 6 land uses. There's forest land, cropland, grassland, wetlands, settlements, and then other land use. But when you look at the way NFA used to report our land use in the land use maps, we had over, I think, John, there were 13 categories? Yes. Yeah, so we had to work with NFA to try and see how we can match these 13 to fit within the 6 categories of the IPCC, and that is all catered for also within the MRV system. And then the last sector being the waste sector, where we look at emissions from solid waste, incineration, issues to do with wastewater treatment and discharge, industrial and domestic. The other aspect or the other element of our MRV is the mitigation action tracker. This basically helps us to track mitigation projects. So we track mitigation projects that are within the NDC and those that are not within the NDC. So within the system, you're able to create, of course, different projects, and then you have a monitoring framework. So you have to also identify indicators for you to be able to measure the implementation of that project. So for example, if it's a mitigation project, some of the key aspects we'd like to know is the actual emission reductions that are from the implementation of that project. But also because now of the aspect of everyone saying about carbon trade. So for especially these mitigation projects, we're also interested in capturing information on what mechanisms are based, that project is based on. So for example, if you had your REDD+ project and you're reporting it there, you'll have to tell us what market-based mechanism it's on, if it's at trees or if it is plan vivo or the like. The other thing is, yes, the adaptation tracker. Of course, this is tracking adaptation action for both NDC and non-NDC adaptation actions. Then the climate finance flows. Of course, this climate finance tracking is based on the different projects. So for every project that comes, you have an idea of how much or what the project cost is. So we try to track that to be able to know how much financing is coming towards implementation of these actions. The other aspect is the SDG monitoring specific to projects. This element is based on the UNDP Climate Impact Assessment tool, the CIAT, that I put the link there for those who are interested. But of course, it looks at issues to do with stakeholder consultation. It has issues to do with poverty eradication, issues to do with inequality, reducing inequality, issues to do with gender parity as well. All those are catered for within the monitoring framework of that aspect. Yeah, the other thing is this knowledge management and capacity building. Of course, we have tried to develop some training modules to help us when it comes to building capacities of various users of this system. Of course, we also have data collection templates that we have as part of the knowledge management. Next. Yes, so all this is just simply what I've been speaking to. We have component 1, the GHG component 2, the mitigation component 3 and adaptation, then component 4, the finance flows, and then SDGs. And all this we translate into an integrated MRV report, but also within the system, you may be interested in a module-specific reports, for example, a GHG inventory report, which will just show you the emissions, or you could be interested in say the adaptation and mitigation action reports. But also, the idea is that the data and information within the system should help us when it comes to our national reporting, in the national communications, but also in the annual update reports. And also now, as you're aware, there's the climate change act in place, and it mandates the department to prepare what we call the annual state of climate change report, which is supposed to be prepared every 2 years. So this MRV still will help us to, when it comes to updating that report. Next, please. Okay, this is more on the operational structure of the MRV tool. Like I told you, it's an integrated MRV tool because it caters for all those different sectors. The GHG inventory, like I told you, is based on IPCC guidance for greenhouse gas inventories. And we look at all the sectors, the 4 as I mentioned at the start. Of course, within our MRV tool, once you capture your activity data, for now, it is based on a tier 1 approach where we use what we call default emission factors. So you have your activity data, times the default emission factor to give you the emission that occurs from that category or that sector. And of course, that helps us when it comes to the inventory reporting and then giving us the trends of our emissions at national level. Yes, I'll not go through this other, but it's basically when it comes to adaptation and mitigation tracking, you have to first of all create a project, then you add the project monitoring information as well to help you track finances, the project implementation, as well as SDG. And those are the various reports that can come out of that. Still on operational structure, this system is cloud-based. I may not really have to talk much on this, but the idea is that this is a cloud-based system. And because we know that most of this data that we use, for example, say reporting emissions, for reporting adaptation and mitigation actions within different sectors, may be the mandate of other institutions of government. So we provide for what we call MRV user groups and nodal officers within the different sectors. So within the different MDAs, we have teams that we work with as sector teams that help us, first of all, in terms of activity data collection. And like I said, because this is the mandate of those institutions, for example, I wouldn't expect David from Climate Change Department to go looking for population of a different livestock category. He may most likely not get that, but MAIF has the mandate to collect that kind of information. So, and that's why we collaborate with other MDAs on that. Of course, there's an MRV coordinator within the department and an administrator who basically manages the IT-related aspects of the system. Let's go on. Yes, so this is just an interface of the home screen. Sorry. What it looks like. So you can see we have the GHG inventory, the projects, mitigation, adaptation. So of course, some of the challenges when it comes to having these systems is firstly data. Sometimes it's really hard to have data, so we are working around that. With the support of UNDP, we have tried to build capacity of data for the sector as of now. And so now they're working on trying to populate that aspect of the data. But of course, we know that we have to take this further. And so we still have it in plans to also build capacity in other sectors. But also, aside from just the central government, we also want to downscale this capacity building to the lower local governments because they are the ones who actually collect this data. So those are some of the plans that we have for the future of the system. The other thing we're looking at is how do we integrate data from other existing systems that belong to other entities. For example, like I told you, energy, most of the data we get is based on the energy balance prepared by Ministry of Energy. Now, when it comes to, for example, the data on, the data on agriculture, we get that from Ministry of Agriculture and the like. So how do we integrate other existing systems and institutions, including our National Forest Monitoring System, so that we can be able to populate this national MRV system? So with that, I think that is a highlight on the system, and I hope at a later stage or at another time we can be able to take you through the actual operationalization of this system. Thank you.
Yes. This is MRV, measuring, reporting, and verification, that he has made a presentation about. And we are reminded that the wording of MRV as it stands, it has 3 letters: measurement, reporting, and verification. What do you measure? You measure GHG emissions. What do you report? You report through communication, national communications. And how do you verify? Going to international consultations. That is the explanation that he has provided. He took us to the benefits, which are many. Among others, we make informed decisions, but it also it helps us in the planning process. He took us into domestic as well as international requirements for MRV settings. I would like now to open up, and if there are any questions for him, questions to clarify, please do ask now by show of hands. I'll start with Mr. UFA.
Thank you very much. My name is David Greenberg from the Ghana Forestry Association. Thank you very much. I'm just thinking out of the box to share some of the questions, or one of the questions that sometimes I find difficult to respond to. So when you are with communities, I think somebody there was trying to bring it up, like trying to bring this down. When somebody asks you, what is greenhouse gases? Okay, they attempt to answer. Now if it's a farmer or local man, they ask you, how can I contribute to this, either in the measurement or evaluation? And that's where I start getting lost. And then the question of all questions is, it says, do you have small booklets which is simple to use, which can tell us a bit more about GHG? And that's when I realized that actually much of my information is on the web page, which I have to pay for, and so on, and look into data, and I get lost, and so we have some answers for that. Thank you.
Yes. Your question is understood. It is simple but difficult. Let's hope Isaac has the answers to it.
Thank you. My question is also greenhouse gas related, but I would have to, I don't know if it's related, but you mentioned trees and forests, and we, from our basic knowledge, we know that the trees are massive, capturing carbon from the atmosphere. But my question is, what have we done to try to get also other greenhouse gases from the atmosphere? For example, methane.
in most cases, we normally hear about carbon capturing, etc., in trees to get carbon. But few discussions I've had few discussions on what are we doing to work on methane, to work on other greenhouse gases. And my major point of concern is methane, because methane has, I think, it is 72 times greater than carbon in terms of global warming potential. So my question is, what are we doing to work on other greenhouse gases?
Yes. He has a question. How about the other gases, and particularly so to methane? What is being done to reduce methane as opposed to reducing greenhouse gases? Any other question?
There's a question.
There are questions online. Monday. This one?
Yes.
Save the question, please. How far it is by Monday David? Yes. Monday David says, save the question, please. How far with NDC customizing climate change actions as a subject of its own across all classes in Ugandan education system? Take climate change education to class. I think Isaac will provide an answer to that. Okay, there is no more questions. We allow him to respond to the questions and we see what next. Isaac, please.
Yes, thank you so much for these questions. The good thing, David Senyonga is here, so if you see me going astray, please, you'll help me out. You're the experts in this field. Firstly, from David about downscaling this information and booklets and the like. Yes, it is true that we do not have say booklets or this kind of information material we have for that. But I know there is a plan within the department under the outreach section to try and have them produce IEC materials, so we can look at aspects of GHG as a simple way of how we can share this information. And probably, of course, if finances allow, probably they could even translate these IEC materials into the local languages. So for now, we don't have a booklet we can give you today, but of course, some of these booklets or some of this information, like you said, is also online. If you can be able to download and give out or distribute, because this information is there. Regarding methane emission reductions, I don't know if you have you had the chance to look at our NDC, the updated NDC? So you find we do propose activities as well that reduce emissions of methane into the atmosphere. For example, one of the things we look at in terms of, because methane is mainly from, say, the entering fermentations, that's animals, from also like rice growing in the wetlands. So we try to call for reducing some of this. So for example, when you look at livestock, we try to propose actions to do with maybe changing the feed or improving the feed of these animals to reduce the amount of methane they emit. But also we try to call for actions like climate smart agriculture, where you're going to look at aspects of, say, promoting upland rice, the paddy rice growing and the like. But we do not necessarily, like, NDC have actions that are intended to capture, like we do carbon capture for CO. But what we do is try to propose activities that reduce the emissions of methane into the atmosphere. And maybe also just to correct you a bit, methane is about 28 times more, not 70. It is a bit high. Then the third question was on integration. The question was a bit jumbled up because there is no aspect of integration of NDC into the curriculum. It's more of integrating climate change into the curriculum. And I know work has been ongoing to integrate within the lower and upper primary. And I think this has been integrated in the new curriculum, issues to do with climate change. But it's not specific to NDC, but it's broadly aspects of climate change. Yes, thank you. Maybe just as an addition to that, for the NDC, I know the department is also organizing. They are going to have a series of webinars to try and, open this NDC. What does it mean? Translate this NDC for us. So they'll have a series of webinars where people will be invited and explain the different aspects of the NDC and what these different actions mean for us and how we can help us understand the NDC better. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sunyonga, you have anything to add? Yes. I think we have come to, John? John has something here that wants to add. You have a microphone there.
Yeah, I think back to this, REDD+ is a process and has been a process for long. And there was a lot of work done at that time. There's a certain time when REDD+ was very active. And especially people who went out with the field, interact with, collect views from the communities. They try to do some work translating things into the local languages. And also project developers actually do a lot of work. As you know, it is an expensive exercise. So when project developers are targeting a certain area, they normally package the information in a way that people will understand. But if I can give you an example of what we did when at the beginning of the Plan Vivo in Uganda, I was part of the team that did the initial work and also the technical specifications. So how do you explain these gases to the local person? So we had to come up with some simplified explanations that out of the activities we do, driving cars, cutting down forests and turning them into firewood and charcoal, there are some gases that come out. These gases, some of them are not visible. But scientists have found out that the world is getting warmer and warmer because we're increasing these gases. The only way you can feel these gases is to imagine yourself, of course some people in the village don't know sauna, but they know a blanket that these gases were created by God to make the earth comfortable, warm enough. It's like when you cover yourself with one blanket, you are comfortable. You are shielded from the cold. But if you add another blanket, another layer, then you become uncomfortable. For those who are born into a sauna, it's like you are in the sauna. So this is how these gases work. God created them to make the earth comfortable. But because of our activities, we are releasing them too much. We are doing a lot of deforestation. We are building factories. So the gases are accumulating and they are making us uncomfortable. That's why we see the effects of climate change. Somehow, the people will understand. They are not fools by them. Explaining about what are we doing to methane. REDD+ is just one element of the climate change mitigation actions. And REDD+ focuses on deforestation and forest degradation and to some extent enhancing carbon stocks. So when you cut down a forest and you convert, the forest is a big reservoir of carbon. The elements that build up wood. Any dry wood you see here is like 50% is carbon. When you burn that wood, those who have done some elementary chemistry, when you have a C, which represents carbon, and you add on the oxygen, the O2, you form something called CO2. So you form carbon dioxide. So you convert carbon to carbon dioxide. If you plant the trees, you do the reverse. You remove the carbon, detach the oxygen from the carbon dioxide and you get the carbon, which is one of the building blocks of the forest. That is a simple explanation, but I'm saying that red gas is just one of the elements. In Uganda, there are a number of processes that are ongoing on. There is a methane roadmap. We've got the NDCs, the NDC framework is looking at all the gases. So we need to know that it is not only red gas that is trying to mitigate these gases that are making the earth uncomfortable to live on. Another area of clarification, yes, methane can be equated to having 82, or I mean something or 80 more potent in global warming depending on the time scale. So if you put it at the scale of 10 by 10 years, then methane is actually has like 80 times the capacity to cause global warming compared to carbon dioxide. So when you spread up to 100-year scale, then it comes down to 20. And methane is part of what we call the short-lived climate pollutants. So it is so effective in making the earth become warm, but it lives for a shorter time. That's why when you put it at the same scale as carbon dioxide on 100 years, it looks to be only 20 times more potent than carbon dioxide. But in that short time where it lived, including other gases, the hydrofluorocarbons and the black carbon, those are called short-lived climate pollutants, but they are very, very dangerous to the climate. Actually, for them, they are not only greenhouse gases, they are pollutants. They are toxic. They affect the growth of the plants and affect our health.
Now, Mr. Senyonga has something to add.
Yes, sir. Thank you, moderator. I just want to add on the transforming of this complicated language into simpler versions, as the government is trying to come up with simplified communication materials. I know we've had a number of collaborations with the development partners, like, for example, FAO. And I know one point under the global GCCA, we developed a number of simplified information materials which we distribute to the districts within Uganda. And of course, under UNDP, you know, there are some materials which we really developed. So I think when you really need such materials, you can try to come to city to provide them, and also take use of our development partners repository to look for such material, the simplified information materials.
Yeah. I think this question of simplified information material, translated information material will be a topic of discussion if another new arena, a new topic arises. But otherwise, my concern to that is how far shall we translate this into simple kind of materials for the consumption of who? I know sometime years back, around 5 years or 6 years ago, you know, the publication we used to make, Free Talk, I had a translation, one in English and one in Luo. And I took it to the north. We had a very big public function. And I spread them on the table for people to pick and take. I tell you what, the one that was picked most and especially and finished actually was English. And I remained with a bundle of material translated in Luo. I asked myself, was I doing it to meet the interests of the local people, or for me, for my satisfaction that I translated? So when we are thinking of translating these materials, let's do some kind of double checking. Even the rural people that we think don't know English, they are interested in English materials which they can read and polish their English rather than law. Are you getting me? Time has come for lunch.
Thank you, Isaac and Derek, for the good representation of the MRV. It's an interesting proof from the presentation you've made. But my question is about the functionality of the system. One, for how long has it been in use, and have you used it to produce any biannual reports to ascertain, say, which areas are the biggest emitters according to our NDC? Are we towards achieving that, or we are not progressing? Secondly, how does our MRV tool cater for cross-border emitting activities? If, say, an activity cuts across two countries, do we report on our side only, or what we are safe? We want to report on our side, or we report for the entire activity? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for those two questions. I'll start with the functionality of the MRV tool. What I can talk about that is, well, the MRV tool is functional. Last year, okay, we have a plan whereby we intended to build capacity of all sectors in the first place, because for us to fully operationalize it, you need when the capacities of all sectors are really built, because they are the data entrance into that tool. So, as Isaac mentioned, last year we had, when we had an initial capacity building for the Afro sector.
And I was trained.
And you are trained. So we have a plan for that, whereby we intend to conduct an exercise at the end of this year, where we are going to enter data, a specific sector, to make it fully operational. So that plan is available, but also we are planning to scale it up to the remaining sectors. So apparently we cannot use the tool per se to evaluate how we are progressing with the NDC, because of the gap which is readily available, the data gap, and its non-functionality on some of the sectors. So we cannot apply it for assessing NDC actions. Much as government, we do have the provisional tools which we are using to track the progress of implementing NDC. For example, the use of the leap, other tools like Gasmo. So those are some of the tools which we use apart from the NDC. Then the issue of the cross-border emission activities. Yes, for this one, we need to understand the principle of gauge key estimation. What we always consider are the emissions within the country, within the border. Don't account for emissions outside our boundary.
Let's add something on that aspect. So even in our inventory, as we're reporting, like Derek has said, the IPCC gives guidance that you report emissions within your territorial boundaries. But remember, there are certain aspects like, I know you're looking at issues to do with like the flights. It sets off from here, lands in another country. These are captured, there's a provision for you to capture them as memo items. So you just have an idea, okay, this is as much fuel that has been used in, say, aviation. But remember the aviation for the local flights, that one you report it because that is within the territorial boundaries. But the other one, just have it as memo item. It's not attributed as the emissions from the country, but there's an idea of how much it comes from. Yes.
There was a question there.
It's just a rejoin practicability, like it's perfect. Like I needed one. You rely on the environmental department, so you need to get this information, or it is this very same tools that they are using. Like how do you capture it and how is it validated? Yeah. Because for a sector, it's only encompassing all those. Yeah. Big and medium, because they only need.
Okay, when it comes to how do we consider data from the private sector? Yes, I think when we look at our greenhouse gas management system and the MRV system, the institutional structure says that we operationalize this system in a sector mode. So whereby we do, under each sector, we do have sector working groups. For example, we talk of agriculture, we have a sector working group for agriculture. And that sector working group comprises of the private sector, CSOs, and all other individuals or parties that can contribute data into the system. So the private sector contribute or bring data to the lead agency. For this case, it could be NFA or MAIF, where that data is computed by the lead agency, then sent to the climate change department. So it's the lead agency, the agency's mandate to solicit all the required data from the private sector, from the CSOs, from and any other individual who can contribute to that. Secondly, we also in our plan have a program whereby we shall start asking the private sector companies to reduce on their carbon footprints. Yeah. So that will come at a later date, but when it comes to the sectoral approach, that's how we engage the private sectors into the sectoral working groups, not as individuals or companies.
But I think I had a different understanding of her question. She was asking if a plane is leaving in Delhi and going abroad. Yeah. now it is not internal, it is external. Would you rely on the information the teams on the plane will calculate and give you a feedback?
Is that what you meant?
Also part of it.
Because
the reliance in the environmental units or that department from desks within this company, that's something we just place there for say.
yeah, I think like Dave said, so because remember the aspect of mandates comes. So we leverage more on the government institution that is mandated to say monitor those different private sector entities to provide the data. Because if I went to a certain private entity, say Kakiro, that information may not be available, or even the cement company, they will not give it to you because of one reason or another, right? But if say Ministry of Trade is interested in certain information, that information is basically given to them. So how do we then access that information? Through the Ministry of Trade. But also, the other reason why we do that is, we want to avoid instances of double counting. Because if say I'm looking at fuel, let's look at fuel. If I went to the private companies and capture that data, but remember, at the end of the year also, Ministry of Energy is going to give me an energy balance that says this is as much fuel that came in, this one's attributed to say transport, this one's attributed to sector. So then if I am to use both data sets, there's a chance that I'll double count. So the idea is that we rely on the line ministries or the agencies that are in charge of that are responsible for collecting that data, but also they are mandated to say license and to monitor the workings of these different private sector players.
And they will look at
yes. Yes, so what we do is we make sure we build the capacity of these national teams so they know the kind of templates and the kind of data that is required, so that when they now work with their different private sector entities, they're able to capture the actual information that we want.
Okay, thank you, Change and colleagues. I'm trying to understand what Carol is trying to say here. If I get her right, she is some sort of as well worried as I am that there could be a possibility of under-reporting or missed reporting. Well, as you talked about the mandate and whatnot, let me use an example of World Bank. By practice, in every country, they have their staff that are deployed in the central banks. I'm afraid that we are handling a matter of human survival, climate change, and emissions, and you are afraid of breaking the mandates. Has climate change department thought of an idea where they can have their recruited staff that directly report to CCD that are deployed in these institutions? Because you and I know that at times we train and build officers' capacities, but rarely do they actually use this capacity. And at the end of the day, we find they do not report. Are you as afraid as I am that we may experience under-reporting of the missions that we have?
That is an interesting insight. But you see, the aspect of saying recruiting climate change officers within other MDAs may be something that is at another level of government, which we cannot answer to, because first of all, they look at the structure already of those institutions. Does it provide for that? But the good thing is that we have the Act that provides for climate change units within these various agencies. So ideally, each of these agencies or these lead agencies is supposed to have what we call a climate change unit. So these are staff for that ministry or that department or that agency, but they'll be able to report on aspects of climate change. But they are staff of those various institutions. So it's not possible. And you also know this, but you cannot say that you are going to recruit forest officers under Ministry of Water, work in, say, Ministry of Agriculture, to work in other agencies. No, it is those agencies. So what we did was to ensure that within the Act, we provide for climate change units within these agencies. Now, these climate change units, or these staff within those units, will then be our contact persons within those sectors. And so even for local government, the Act provides for the Natural Resources Committee under that responsibility. Yeah.
Okay, let's join our hands together and thank Isaac for the presentation he has made. You will excuse me, yes, you will ask your question when we come back. I would like to ask Harriet to give us a prayer as we break for lunch.
Let's help ourselves and pray. Dear Lord, we thank you so much for the fact that you brought us, especially giving us the deeper insights and the revelation that concerns the knowledge that we are acquiring right now. We ask you that you will open up our minds more
introduction, a background for development of this step. We note that government of Uganda joined the voluntary carbon program, which is the ART, to register, verify, and issue high-quality REDD plus emission reductions, and also attract finance at scale. So this is one of the initiatives, the global initiatives that the government joined to be able to ensure that we have quality emission reduction credits. And this step has been prepared on the backdrop of the ART trees, a call for recognition, respect, protection, and fulfillment of the rights of all stakeholders. So we are here we are responding to safeguard of involving all stakeholders, not excluding any. So this plan is guiding us. Then it is prepared through the technical support by UN REDD, which aims to help countries implement actions and deliver both carbon and non-carbon benefits from forests in accordance with the UNFCCC. I hope we all know what UNFCCC is, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Then it seeks to ensure that participants have in place procedures and recognize, respect, and protect the rights of all stakeholders. So their involvement should be respected. The President. That serves as the background for why we came up with this step. So the purpose is to facilitate effective engagement of relevant stakeholders in the design and implementation of safeguards action, as well as in the monitoring, reporting on ART trees, safeguards, and leaf processes. We have specific objectives of this step. One is to identify relevant stakeholders. Two is to promote effective involvement and participation in the safeguards. Then three is to promote gender sensitive and participatory approaches or processes. And lastly, to promote monitoring and reporting in relation to respect and adherence to tree safeguards. How we came up with the SEP. We did a desk review, reviewing the different reports. We know Uganda started the REDD processes in 2008. So we did literature review of the existing reports and studies, but also strategies and policies to inform this plan. Then we have done stakeholder engagements. We've had regional capacity workshops. Those commenced last year. We had one in October for 2 days. We had another in November for 2 days. That was in Imbara. The first one was in this very place. Then the other was in Kagadi in May this year. And we had another consultation, which was also held in Kampala. But this was specific on the SEP. So I want to define for you, you can please. The SEP, we've adopted the definition for stakeholder from the Forest Carbon Partnership 2012, which defines stakeholders as someone with a stake, interest, or right in the forest and may be affected either positively or negatively. So as we are going through the SEP, this is our definition. So whoever has interest in the REDD activities or is affected by REDD activities is considered as our stakeholders, and it's very key to involve them as we engage on the safeguards. Next. We are looking at the elements. There we have the principles. Sorry, you cannot see the top, but those are the core principles. One is equity and non-discrimination. The other is inclusion and respect of diverse perspectives. That is knowledge that is coming from a broader category of stakeholders. And then transparency in terms of information sharing. Then trust and dialogue. We Another element of the SEP is a stakeholder analysis. We are looking at categories. From the definition, we are looking at those affected, but also those that are interested. So we've ramped them up under the affected. You will see we have the formal and informal forest users, the private entities, civil society, indigenous people, forest dependent communities. Then the interested, you also have a category listed there. Then we can proceed. So we went ahead to look at the roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders that we've categorized. We have the development partners, and we have an example of those that have interest or supporting anything to do with REDD+. So here we are having UNDP, and I'm glad we have representatives. And we've listed their role as provide technical and financial support towards engagements of stakeholders on climate change and biodiversity issues, as well as REDD+. We have FAO, and their role is to provide technical assistance, capacity building, and support in implementing sustainable forest management practices. Then we have UNEP. The role is to provide technical assistance, but these have already, we take note of the actions that they have already supported. One being the development of the art trees assessment report. And then we have the monitoring report and the plan of conformancy. The art trees, maybe some of you have been part of the process that was initiated by the days of Mr. Xavier Mugume. And also it has been presented in one of the engagements that we've held under the capacity building. Then also the monitoring report and the plan of conformancy that is going to be presented to us tomorrow. Then we have the trees registration. You heard Mr. Mnamis talk about that we are developing it under the support of UNEP. So these are the three institutions that make up the UNEP REDD. So that is why we've highlighted them depending on how they have been interacting with REDD issues. Then we have another category of government institutions. We are considering the departments, ministries, and also agencies. Here we have the Forest Sector Support Department. We're advised to separate the ministry with, we bring out those key departments. So that is why we have separate departments focusing on the Forest Sector Support, the Climate Change Department, but you will not see these broken down in other ministries. So for the role of the Sector Support Department and the Ministry of Water, their role is to formulate forest policies, laws and regulations. I'm sure you've read some of them. Then play an oversight role and coordination of REDD+ activity implementation. Then strengthen institutional capacity on art trees, safeguards at national and subnational level, and also securing funding as well as monitoring REDD-related activities. Then the department, this is very pertinent in monitoring, reporting, and verification. Already listened to a presentation from the Climate Change Department. So we also have them monitoring the participation of project proponents and ensuring compliance. Then we have Ministry of Finance, where their role is to mobilize funds and other resources for forest. This is a mandate under the policy, the climate change policy. So that is why you might wonder how we came up with some of these roles and responsibilities. Some were through consultation with the relevant stakeholders, we met them. Others we based on their mandates as stipulated. Then we have the Ministry of Finance also providing incentives to persons engaged in forest conservation and management. This is actually, the incentive is provided for under the Act, the Climate Change Act 2021. Then we have the central, we have NFA, where their role is promoting sustainable management and conservation of forests, but also provide quality forest products and services for socio-economic development of Uganda. Then also managing the National Forest Monitoring System. And I'm glad we have a representative who can speak to this from NFA. Then we have the produce land use data and compilation of biomass, and also updating emission factors used in REDD+ activities. Then Ministry of Energy, their role is undertaking initiatives for conservation of natural forests, like development of strategies on biomass energy conservation, because we know that the high demand for energy contributes to deforestation. So they play a key role in setting up initiatives that can reduce the high dependence on biomass. Then we have my youth implementing safeguards, as well as review of and validation of policies, plans, and strategies. Then we have provide information on agriculture and forest interface, as well as integrate REDD+ in extension support systems such as agroforestry. We have WUA, the Uganda Wildlife Authority. Their role being to promote sustainable management and conservation of forests in the national parks. Please take note of the roles, and if we've left anything, we welcome the additions once the presentation is done. Then we have NEMA, and their role is to undertake capacity building programs on safeguards, because they indicated they have a capacity building department. And then aligning the REDD+ safeguards to existing frameworks, such as the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. Then also integrating REDD actions in the National State of Environment reports and awareness creation on the safeguards, as well as integrating REDD in environment impact assessment. We have Ministry of Justice, which provide laws for effective national forest governance, but also provide legal advisory services. We proceed. We have Ministry of Local Government, whose role is to coordinate and oversee local governance structures. You have the districts, local governments, so this plays a critical role in coordinating those. Then we have, they will also ensure REDD+ activities align to the local development plans and priorities. We have Ministry of Internal Affairs, where we have the Environmental Police. This is where their role is to enforce forest laws, ensure safeguards requirements are respected, but also promote social justice, security, and dispute resolution, collect, analyze, and disseminate early warning information and provision of early response to prevent conflicts, to prevent or mitigate. Then we have Ministry of Lands. Their role is to handle issues of land tenure system, e.g. eviction of communities from national forests, and also integrating land use regulatory frameworks. We have Gender, the Ministry of Gender, whose role is to support integration of rights of vulnerable populations, gender and social aspects in the safeguards, but also supervise their involvement in safeguards processes and actions. We have Parliament as our next stakeholder, whose role is to pass laws and policies related to forest management. So it is very critical that as we do related activities on REDD, we do not miss out on them. Then assuring also transparency and accountability, because they hold some of the practitioners or project proponents accountable on the effects of certain projects. Then we have the Uganda Human Rights Commission, whose role is to promote and protect human rights and freedoms. Then the Uganda Land Commission, managing land and ensuring that it is used in the best interest, because we know that these forests will take place, initiatives, they are established on land, so they play that critical role, as well as resolving historical injustices on government land. We go to another category where we have the district local governments. We started with development partners. We went to MDS, ministries, departments, and agencies. Now we have the district local governments where we have district natural resource officers, district forest officers. I missed the environment officers, but they're also part of it. The roles they are in are to implement policies on forest management, also mainstreaming the district development plans. They also collect data that is input in the MRV, in the National Forest System, monitoring system. Then they also do monitoring. There was a question whether they actually do monitoring in some of the engagements. Then develop and enforce bylaws, and also promote equitable sharing of benefits from REDD activities. We have WUA at the district level. At the national, we have WUA. At the district level, we have or regional, we have the WUA sector and ranger managers. We interacted with some of them from Western Uganda, where their roles are to collect safeguards information at the district level and also participate in the monitoring and reporting. Then we have at the district level, we also have land boards, district land boards, to handle issues related to land management and conflicts there. We have local communities where we are having examples of indigenous people. You've heard about this from the presentation on safeguards. We have the Batwa, the Benet, the Iki. You might wonder, are these tribes in Uganda? These are considered the indigenous people in Uganda. From the framework, the Indigenous Peoples Planning Framework, is it 2021? It defines the indigenous peoples and it gives examples of those. Then we have forest dependent communities. There are several. I will not go through one by one, but they play a role of conservation, of course, integrating the indigenous knowledge in forest conservation. They can also play a key role in monitoring and reporting, but also ensure that they benefit from those REDD+ activities. We proceed. We have another category of civil society. Here we picked out those that are doing some work on REDD+. Here we have EcoTrust. We have Uganda Wildlife. We have Worldwide Fund. We have Uganda Country Office, WWF. We're supposed to have a representative, but maybe they were caught up, but they had confirmed to be part. Then we have the Wildlife Conservation Society, we have IUCN, we have the Cultural Foundation Uganda, and those are their roles. Of course, awareness, mobilizing communities to participate, themselves participating in the trade of REDD+ credits or carbon credits, review and validate information related to the REDD+ activities, advocate, monitor, as well as promoting rights of the different groups of people. Then we have another category being the private sector, where we have Busoga Forest Company, we have the New Forest Company, Uganda Timbers Growers Association, Certified Commercial Forest Companies, and New Forest Foundation, and lastly, the Forest Stewardship Council. Those are their roles, providing incentives to actors undertaking REDD activities, participate in trade of carbon credits, provide information, responsible for compliance and forest management, and also promote sustainability of forestry through certification. Then we have the media. Their role is, here we brought out Daily Monitor and the Water and Environment Media Network, as well as New Vision, because of relatable work that they have done on REDD+. And their role is informing people of what is going on with safeguards so that
stakeholders are able to make rational and accurate decisions, but also publicize safeguards. Then we have the academia, we have a list. At the end of it, you will see which is missing and which one we need to add. Here we have the Makerere University, Nagia Forest College, Nafoli, the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, NARO, we have UNAS, Uganda National Academy of Sciences, Ministry of Education. But Makerere University, they have a unique program which is called Uniport that is supported by UNDP. So they do a lot of, they are contributing to innovation. Their role there is collecting information and data related to REDD and compiling it for clarifying challenges to be addressed. Develop methodologies for implementing REDD Plus activities, promote cooperation, and also integrate REDD Plus concepts in Uganda National Curriculum Development Center. We heard from the previous presentation that climate change has been integrated at a lower level. It might not be so specific that it is REDD Plus or it is NDC, but these are some of the entry points for spreading the knowledge and information. Then also their role is to leverage research and development for REDD Plus initiatives. Okay, so those are the structures, the existing structures. Sorry that you cannot see the heading, yeah? Those are the existing stakeholder engagement structures. They are not only these ones, there are several. When you read the SEP itself in detail, there are so many, but I just brought out these common ones. Where for government structures, we have the Policy Committee on Environment hosted by NEMA. We have the National Climate Change Advisory Committee hosted by Ministry of Water and Environment. We have the Water and Environment Sector Working Group. However, we are now referring to program-based approach. So it is no longer groups, but currently it has been considered. So you see, I qualified it to read the Natural Resources Environment, Climate Change, Land and Water Management Program Working Group. So this is how it is stated in the NDP3, but you will find that NDP for the name is even changing to some terminologies are being left out. Then we have another structure being the REDD Plus strategy and action plan, which proposes a multi-stakeholder dialogue with stakeholders involved in REDD Plus activity. Then at a non-government level, we have the environment, natural resources, civil society organizations network, which convenes civil society to deliberate on pertinent issues. Policies being some of the initiative, the review of policies and validation being some of the activities that are undertaken. Then we have the Uganda Forest Working Group and the Climate Action Network Uganda. At least we have representatives for these ones. And there are several more other structures. Then we have engagement techniques. I will not go so much in details, but for development, we categorized them, highlighting some of the techniques that can be adopted. Of course, formal meetings, one-on-one interviews. We also have the private sector. We have focus group, that is the unique. That is what is unique for the private sector, but also workshops. We proceed. I think we can still proceed. Okay, maybe let me speak to the indigenous sensitives. The indigenous, they are the techniques for engaging with indigenous people. We brought out the print media, text messaging, radio talk shows and announcements, public meetings, focus group meetings, but also surveys. So those are the techniques for indigenous. As we engage on REDD+, we can adopt some of those techniques. Then we said that this SEP aims to promote gender participation as well as a participatory approach in REDD safeguards. So this is a process that has been proposed under the SEP, where one needs to identify the affected gender groups, then convene dialogues with them, identify potential risks, create their capacity, and then develop gender-sensitive conflict and grievance mechanisms. We proceed. In terms of monitoring, we note that we have the National Geo-Referenced REDD+ information system. We, at the project level, a targeted stakeholder monitoring plan could be developed. Then we have the safeguards information system. Indicated we have an online portal. So it is, those are some of the entry points where we can be able to monitor and report on REDD activities. Then grievance mechanism. This SEP has adopted the strategies and the feedback and grievance redress mechanism for REDD+. So we already have a redress mechanism for REDD+, which was developed in 2016. And it proposes those mechanisms. Proceed. This SEP has an action plan, but the action plan, it is the actions that we got from the roles and responsibilities. I wouldn't want us to go to. Maybe I can flash them quickly for you. Okay, you're going to first take visit. Yeah. So we have, this SEP has an action plan for stakeholder engagement. So the plan has stakeholders, their actions, engagement technique, and the time frame. Of course, you have those categories that I spoke about. Scroll down. We have UNEP, and their action is to facilitate stakeholder engagements during the validation of project idea notes, facilitate stakeholder engagement, facilitate stakeholder engagement on lowering emission. Those are the actions that we identified from them when we did the consultations. Then FAO, their role is to design frameworks and train stakeholders on forest monitoring emissions and emissions tracking. This will be through establishment of functional national MRV systems on emissions. Then we have UNEP, provide financial and technical support. They're already doing those actions that I highlighted there. And those are the time frames. We go to the department. Their action facilitates stakeholder engagement on formulation of policies as well as review, undertake institutional capacity, develop the stakeholder engagement plan for art trees. I ramped these up. CCD, don't get scared that you're developing a SEP. It is the FSSD. Then also coordinate stakeholders on REDD+ implementation. Then we have NFA, providing data, provide land use data, mainstream REDD+ safeguards in forest management plans, and take regular updates on REDD+ safeguards. Then Ministry of Finance, stakeholder engagement in budget reviews. We go to, if we go to UA is to disseminate information and promote public education on awareness, share information on REDD+ safeguards in line with wildlife conservation, establishment of standards and regulations for the conservation. Then NEMA, capacity building programs as an action, align the REDD+ safeguards in existing frameworks. So this is majorly how our action plan looks under the SEP. We are going to share these slides with us as we go to the next session. You will be able to look at them and suggest which stakeholders are missing, which roles we misqualified, how can we qualify it? Because some of this information was hard to get, so we depended on the literature review. Scroll down. We go back to the presentation and finish the last slide. The last slide is going to be on recommendations. The recommendations that we've gathered throughout the process of consulting with stakeholders. One being there should be continuous capacity building on REDD+ trees, safeguards, and carbon markets. Then also the national REDD+ strategy should be unpacked and integrated in district development plans, management plans for central forest reserves, national parks, and wildlife conservation areas. Then district land use plans should be prepared to reflect different land-based activities, including REDD+. Then financial support at the district level should be increased to facilitate the implementation. Because the district officers said they cannot do the monitoring without the resources. They don't have the finance, they are not facilitated because of the smaller budgets. Then the information system at national and local level should be strengthened to facilitate feedback and transparency on implementation of REDD+ activities. And then incentives for forest managers or stewards should be predictable and reliable. And lastly, a sensitization program on carbon credits should be developed to facilitate effective participation of stakeholders. Thank you for listening. Those are the questions.
We would like to formally appreciate Madam for the presentation by clapping. We really appreciate that you have taken us through the engagement plan. Step by step, we have been able to understand it. But before we ask her any questions, we would like us to divide into three groups, so that we discuss these questions. We try, one, to identify any other relevant stakeholders whom she could have missed out. If you know a relevant stakeholder who can be consulted over REDD issues, please identify him here. And then we list options for improving the stakeholder engagements in REDD safeguard compliance. We think through the compliance mechanisms that we have been proposed by the stakeholder engagements and analyze them to the level of as far as we can and identify options for improving stakeholder engagements in REDD compliance. So we are going to divide ourselves in groups. We shall use the 1, 2, 3 method of grouping by counting, and we shall start. I think we begin with Anthony. Anthony is 1, The influencers, we are going to separate you now. You will not be influencing one another. So the Anthony is 1, you are, go on. One. Yes. Harriet, you are. Uh-huh. 1. 3 here, Mr. Nathan. Then Nelson is 1. You are 2. 1, 2, 3.
1.
It's over. 2. 2, 3. 1. 2. 1.5. Okay. We are going to divide one group here, another group there, another group there. So group 1, we shall sit. Anthony, they will come and group around you. Group 2 will sit over there, and group 3 will sit over here. And we are looking at 2 questions. Briefly identify any other relevant stakeholders and any other issues requiring engagement that is related to REDD compliance, REDD plus safeguards compliance. Okay, we move. Let's take not more than 30 minutes. Yes, let's not take more than 30 minutes. At 4, you will come back. Number 3 here. Identify a person who can take a record of what you are discussed. You can be. Please use PowerPoint to make the presentation easy to combine.
We are waiting for
Anton has a laptop.
No, there was, if you have anything to do, there are.
You see, that is the man who survives the landslide. We have covered David Day. Let me join. There we are.
We projected this. Moderator. No, they have, the moderator. What's the point of the discussion? We're all sitting for simulating. What's the point? So you don't.
HR, which I don't use WhatsApp. Then I told him take it to HR. Yes. That's what was good. Yeah, that's sense.
About Minister of Justice. I think we reached any step on that, then we have the future. According how we. No. In my town, no. Who are there? I think who are one. Was looking at the rules of this. Yeah, I think we start with the missing category. So there is the Minister of Local Government. We qualify with the role. Gender. By the way, in charge of indigenous people. We have a special. Incorporating this commission. I've forgotten to know that. Even stroke gender, they have parties. They're there. Union. Is now in the way. Is now in the way. Gender, that's also a section. Cultures in that we save the growing one. But remember, they have land. They have land. That's one.
Some of them is
So they have but now he had a concern on roles. Are we addressing that? Roles in regard to emission reduction purchases, not general mandate. Aren't you going to do emission reduction?
And because so we look at the way they have been doing because they normally give people and they're black.
When it comes to
So that can be an option for improving. Let's ask
because one thing
It's not all that. Most part of the country. So we can document like people with the work relationship. Conservation institutions, central community. But we are
Viola. Abantu bawunaine batadeko ku list. Bali babiri. Nondaba Harriet Nancha omutadeko. Beerabira. Nze nabaddeko kati. Beerabira. Beerabira bateekako ku list. Communicating pictures.
Open the audio.
Time to reconvene.
Amataala ago tusobole okugaggyako oba
It is this one. Yes. Here.
Which I remember only.
I'm going to share, but
That is the one.
njagala soka ku downloadinga zonna.
So we'll come back. Now time for us to conclude this discussion. And I would like to invite the presenter, one supposed to present for which group was this? Group 1. Yes. Group or something like that. There is no group 4 to start with, therefore we are starting with group 1 in order.
Thank you so much. My name is Koyesuke Clinton Liberty. I'll be representing Group 1. There are two questions I think were very clear. One was to identify other relevant stakeholders. And these are some of the stakeholders that we identified as Group 1. We noticed that these are some of the stakeholders that you must have left out in your presentation. One is the central government, ministries, departments, and agencies. We know that you already had ministries, but what we just wanted to clarify is that the Ministry of Energy, which was already captured in the presentation, we just modified the roles and responsibilities. And we said it's not about promoting conservation, but rather they promote different technologies that can be channeled to conservation. So the promotion of clean energy technology was an example that we could think you can add in your presentation. We thought of the Gen Zs as well, where I belong. And yeah, so we were not seeing them there. So we really felt that the Gen Zs should be involved, which that is the youth groups. So we gave an example, which is the National Youth Council and also the Uganda National Students Association. These two can be our entry points when it comes to dealing with the Gen Zs. And their roles are very clear to do advocacy and awareness and also innovations, different innovative solutions that they can always offer. All right, we also talked about the civil society. We're talking about the local NGOs, the CBOs, the international agencies. Although some of them are already captured, but what we wanted to bring out clearly to you was the PWDs were not involved. And we really feel that they also have to be involved in such conversations. And so the National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda could be an entry point for you when it comes to dealing with people with disabilities. And people with disabilities obviously have a role to play, which is to advance concerns of disabled persons, to ensure inclusiveness in benefits from emission reduction projects and other activities of REDD. Financial institutions, the banks were not mentioned clearly. I think part of your stakeholders. So we're looking at central bank, national government banks, commercial banks, microfinance institutions. If you can involve all these, they should be able to promote financial access for not only the stakeholder engagement activities, but also financing products that address climate change. So I think these are some of the stakeholders that we thought we could add to your presentation or to your document. All right, then question number 2 was on options of how we can improve stakeholder engagement. And these are some of the options that we came up with as group 1. The first one was to use stakeholder feedback mechanisms, because we felt like it's just not enough to associate with a stakeholder, but rather have a feedback mechanism that can tell you what the stakeholder is planning to do, and then therefore it can also help you, channel your decisions. Number 2 was we looked at, of course, the use of online platforms such as webinars. Is it possible that we can have a number of webinars, a series of webinars, if I can say, just to continue having different discussions with different stakeholders? That is another way we can continue to engage with stakeholders. And then, of course, social media spaces, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all those are platforms that can help us to continue engaging with different stakeholders. Influencers, like we already have here, we already have some influencers who are continuing to talk to the people about what we're doing here, which is very important. And then lastly, we thought one of the other options would be to measure regionally and evaluate and organize this engagement. If we can find a way of organizing what we do with stakeholders in one way or the other, I think that should increase engagement. Thank you so much.
Any questions for him? Any additions for him? If not, we move to group 2. That is politics. That is politics. Let's do that outside of this.
Group 3.
Where is group 2?
Group 3 first.
Group 3
They
first.
sent first.
Oh, are you coming? And you should raise, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Made by the rules and responsibilities of the Ministry of Energy. We can also add increasing access to modern energy, to that point of promoting the use of clean and efficient cooking technology.
Come again, sorry.
We can add increasing access to modern energy, to that point of promoting the use of clean and affordable clean cooking technology.
Yes. Increased access to renewable energy. Renewable. But you called it something else. You called it modern. Gen Zs. Gen Zs. Yes, clean and modern. Okay. Yeah, that's acceptable. Any other contribution? Otherwise, we move to group 2. If the presentation is not ready, you can present off cuff.
Hello, everyone. Here we are presenting for group 2. The first question, we talked about the district local governments, and they say they qualify both as technical and political level. So there is a the district local governments. We wanted to include the topic about political leaders, since they're the ones that enforce this, the implementation of the REDD activities on the ground. For example, the gentleman from Karamoja said police came and they cleared the forest and all that. So we wanted to capture the power of the political leaders in the implementation of the REDD activities. That's why we talked about the district local governments. And then we also cited out the relevant parliamentary committees. For example, the Committee on Natural Resources, the Committee on Climate Change, to act as the political will, representing the REDD plus representation in that state. Then we also talked about security agencies to help with the enforcement. Instead of just looking at the police or agencies within the units set up within certain agencies, we wanted to talk about security agencies as a standalone to highlight that point on enforcement. And then we also cited the youth, and their role will be to create awareness amongst peers, since every youth these days, at least they have a smartphone, and they may not watch TV, they may not listen to radios. So if we involve them and maybe see how we can involve them in the act, we involve them as a way of creating awareness among peers, because I believe that as a youth, I will listen to a fellow youth and listening to someone maybe on certain board meetings and all that. So to the second question, we cited partnership building. And in that regard, we talked about the strengthening of coordination mechanisms between local government and relevant stakeholders through information sharing in regular meetings. So we discussed that there's a lack of coordination, where you find that maybe roles of agencies overlap. For example, maybe NFA, and maybe, for example, maybe UWA. In a national park, there could be a park that has forests. So you'll find that NFA may need to coordinate with UWA to find that that forest is protected. That's where the coordination comes in. And then capacity building. We talked about capacity building in the regard that there's a lot of talk around mandates of different agencies and different stakeholders, but some of them may be involved as stakeholders, but they don't know maybe their roles, or they know their roles, but they don't know where they come in. So capacity building will help that, and it should involve everything, even in the laws. Talking about laws, like laws in the regard of, okay, group members will help me there. And then also we do targeted educations and generation of information through radios, TVs, newspapers, social media. It's not just blasting information for whom it may concern, but we find out which people want to reach to, and then we generate information that will speak to this kind of people in regards to REDD activities. And then implementation of laws and policies on conservation. We all know that Uganda, we have good policies, but we are lacking in the implementation of these laws. So I think we should put more emphasis on implementing the laws that we've already come up with in the REDD Plus implementation plan. Then translating of laws and policies into local government, into local languages. And the moderator stated that it doesn't work, but at least there's a few that will feel more comfortable in reading in their local languages than English. So we have to take into account of everyone, even the few, but may not understand English. So my group members, if you'd like to add, especially on capacity building, developing MOUs, please.
Any addition from a group member?
Yes, I am adding on the side of capacity building. As we see in Uganda, there are a lot of amendments on the laws. But on ground, there is low civic competence of the people to understand what has been amended and so on. So through even capacity building, you can go ahead to package this information for purposes of building a strategy that takes into account community education and public awareness. And this one you can even use religious institutions where people can gather and you can pass a word through that kind of gathering. And then another element I wanted to emphasize that she has come was on the side of collaboration. I speak from a point of reality. NFA has got a range office in Moroto, and we have central forest reserves. Moroto district does not have any other forest except that one of NFA, which is controlled by the range office. And now we have our forest officer called the Sakari. Whenever there is a problem of encroachment within that Mount Moroto Forest Reserve, it's NFA which goes to take action. When you ask a question to the forest officer, he says that's the mandate of NFA. Yet the very forest is within the what? Within the district. We feel there must be coordination. They must also have that role so that they are able to coordinate, liaise, advise, so that we spread all this information positively. Thank you.
I think what he's talking about is not only unique in Moroto. There are many districts where NFA also exists, and the NFA has the management responsibility to look after the forests in the district. When actually the district, with their district forest officer, doesn't have a local forest reserve. So it's the issue is trying to discuss here. Okay?
I just want to echo to some of the issues he has spoken about. You know, NFA is supervised by the ministry. And the district local government and the NFA work at the same level, and those are almost sister institutions. But when it comes to the mandate, for example, now to other institutions, that is where the MOUs come in. Because we have a number of other CSOs that also work in the Central Forest Reserves through MOUs. So this is an arrangement whereby all the institutions are supposed to work, but there is something to do with the interests. The interests may not be the same. You find the district is on another program, NFA is on another program, and then the political will, the police, and the military. So to my colleague from Karamoja, that team of the district local government and NFA are supposed to work together. Actually, the unit I work for, we are mandated to report on the state of forests, and we give information direct to the local forests, the district local governments. So we are all supposed to work together. When it comes to collaborations with communities, we use the CFM agreements. Yeah, thanks. One thing that I forgot is that we have areas that are dually managed by UA and the NFA, and these are called the dual joint management areas. So both institutions are supposed to manage the same area.
But similar cases arise if, for example, the rangers are not conversant about the extent of the dual joint management area. That is where cases come in. And also the district, they have due diligence to report on some other issues that are happening in the forests that we are not doing well to the ministry. So I think in one way or the other, someone might be missing that link of working together. Thank you.
Thank you. I think my colleague from Karamoja, you have picked ideas from him that you can front. Those ideas are collaborative. The two parties must work together, must find synergies of working together. Patrick, Doctor, do you have anything to add before we invite Group 3?
All right, thank you. Sorry I came in late. To my senior colleague from Moroto, the framers of the law were fair to an extent that we, when the NFA is preparing their management plans for these forest reserves, it's supposed to be participatory. They are supposed to demonstrate the integration of community interests within the management plan. So I think the entry point should be when the NFA is preparing management plans of their reserves for the DLGs to make an input in this process. Because that will be the starting point for the MOU at last. Because if it's not in the management plan, it will be very difficult for you to implement it. So I think they need to tap into that opportunity within the law. Thank you.
You want to add something?
This is my group.
Okay. Okay.
I think it's a good discussion. Just wondering how the reporting is. For example, in Moroto, if you're having the NFA, you're having the district, I hope you are harmonizing the reporting finally that comes to the ministry. But my point was on security. I think we put their security, but just for clarification, it is the mainstream security. We are talking about the police and the army. We don't want to include the security guards also. Maybe they will play a bigger part in this. So when I'm talking about security, I'm talking about the mainstream. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think you have done your work. We join hands to. By the way, there is a Gen Z spirit in presentation. Group 1 started with the Gen Z. Now Group 2 did a presentation with the Gen Z. We expect the same to happen to Group 3. Please. Gen Z, come. I guessed right.
I guess right.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Daphne. I'm representing Group 3. The first question was to identify any other relevant stakeholders, and we suggested that we include UN Women specifically for purposes of gender. And then in regards to the role of UWA, I want to make sure that we had UWA experts in our group. We were a group of experts. And so it was suggested that it should be edited to read as follows: to promote conservation of wildlife and wildlife protected areas. So Christine suggested that you edit the role of UWA. Then to also include professional bodies under civil society, for instance, the Uganda Forestry Association and the Uganda Law Society. And then under Ministry of Finance, it was suggested that you specify the Climate Finance Unit, which is responsible for mobilizing climate finance. And in regards to indigenous people, we suggested that you include the PAIF. I think you omitted it. And then the role of collection of early warning you had put it, I think, under Ministry of Internal Affairs and Environmental Police. So it was suggested that it goes under Ministry of Water. And then also replace the OWA sector and ranger managers. How you had framed it, it should be reading as wildlife protected areas. It was reading wildlife protected areas. It should read as wildlife protected areas field managers, and it should also fall under MDS, not under local government. And then question 2, on the options for improving stakeholder engagements, we had one suggestion. So our suggestion is that you consider the REDD+ national and regional participatory structures that were established in 2017 for stakeholder engagement. Thank you.
Any addition, any questions? Yeah, you can ask her a question if it is not.
Thank you, David and the team. So are you now who's corrupting our site? Another Gen Z strategy of avoiding questions. Just on that bit where you have how to improve stakeholder engagement. Do we have any lessons we can pick from ongoing initiatives? Because if the structures were established in 2017, how do we revitalize them? What do we need to do different to make sure that they're effective? Because one thing to have the structures, it's another to have structures that are working. So from your group, did you have that discussion? And if you did, what transpired?
You want to respond? To who?
Yeah, thank you.
Harriet, you should help us answer that question also, but not the whole of it.
Yes, yes, we noted that that there was a section under existing stakeholder engagement structures. And I think quite a number were mentioned. So we noted that in 2017, still under the formation of the development of the REDD+ strategy, and we had those very structures that were actually established by the ministry. So omitting them wouldn't do us good, but instead we need to get back and see what we can actually do different in order to revitalize them, because that was a very rigorous process that was undertaken, and it really has a broad base of stakeholders thoroughly included. So we need to strengthen their capacity and make sure that even under these safeguards, we should utilize that opportunity to strengthen them and to use those platforms for engaging the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Patrick, the reason why you asked, you are a member of those structures. Yes, we should be building your capacity to understand the art trees. There was something, yeah?
Thank you so much, group, all the groups. My question is a need for clarity from group 3. You can please scroll. When you say replace OWA sector and ranger managers with wildlife protected areas field managers, and this should be at MDA. So what do we have at the local level?
Thank you. I just let you know that UW is an MDA, is an authority. doesn't report anywhere in the wrong government. We just coordinate a few things. So, but the people who manage the PAs, they are the ones we are calling field managers. And we don't have anything to do like ranger managers, no. Okay?
Yeah, field management. Before there is no field management. Yes, those ones. Yeah. The one thing that the REDD manager
From the National Forest Authority. Now for us, we have the range managers and we have the sector managers.
the field manager.
Yes. The Christian, what you do is get in touch with me. I will rectify that. Yeah, I will help you to sort that one out.
I think that is important because now I'm thinking this group that has met here today, can we do the replacing and so on? Maybe it takes much more than that. Because I was also thinking, don't we have to maybe do some collaboration like we're talking about NFA and the district? Do we have that authority to just replace UA and so on? Or is UA here also giving a green light to that?
The person you are talking with, your neighbor, is from UA. He is the one telling us we should change.
Oh, then that's fine.
The other person is the representative of NFA. He's here, he's guiding that. We should make.
We have comments online.
These are comments from online. Comments on what? On the group question?
Yes.
Now these ones are so tiny. I can't see. Get a Gen Z. Gen Z come. You come. Those ones. Let us read those ones. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, number one says inclusive decision-making processes, where we need to ensure that all relevant stakeholders, including local communities, indigenous people, civil society organizations, and other key actors are included in decision-making processes related to REDD+, safeguards, and compliance. And continue to say this can help build consensus and ensure the perspectives of all stakeholders are considered. Number two is on capacity building and training, where they say provide capacity building and training programs for stakeholders to enhance their understanding of REDD+, safeguards, compliance requirements, and their roles and responsibilities. And this can empower stakeholders to actively participate and contribute effectively to the implementation of REDD+. And then number three from David was transparent information sharing, where we need to establish mechanisms for transparent information sharing on REDD+ safeguards, compliance processes, and outcomes. And he continued to say that this can include regular updates, reports, and accessible documentation to ensure that stakeholders are well informed and aware of relevant developments.
Continue.
Oh, okay. There's still more. Okay, number four. Talks about meaningful consultation and engagement. Says we need to conduct meaningful consultations with stakeholders at all stages of the REDD+ process, including planning, implementation, and monitoring. Continue to say that we need to engage with stakeholders in a culturally appropriate and inclusive manner to solicit their feedback, address concerns, and incorporate their perspectives into decision making. Number five is on benefit sharing mechanisms. He says we need to design and implement benefit sharing mechanisms that ensure that the benefits derived from REDD+ activities are equitably distributed among stakeholders, especially local communities and indigenous people who may be impacted by conservation efforts. Clear and fair benefit sharing schemes can incentivize stakeholders. Number 6 was on conflict resolution mechanisms. And it says we need to establish effective mechanisms for resolving conflicts and addressing grievances that may arise among stakeholders in the context of REDD+ safeguards and compliance. Therefore, we need to provide avenues for stakeholders to raise concerns, seek redress, and participate in constructive dialogues to prevent or resolve disputes. Number 7 is talking about monitoring and evaluation, where he's saying that we need to implement robust monitoring and evaluation systems to assess the effectiveness of stakeholder engagement processes in meeting the objectives of REDD+ safeguards and compliance. Regularly review and evaluation of stakeholder participation, feedback mechanisms, and the impact of engagement activities to identify areas for improvement. So, by incorporating these options into REDD+ programs, stakeholders can be more effectively engaged in safeguarding forests, reducing emissions, and promoting sustainable development in a manner that respects their rights. Thank you so much.
I think these are very good. This is a very good input. But the home where we rest these ideas, we would like to ask that President does a thorough check. If these are already incorporated in the document, the bigger document, well and good, but if they are not there, integrate them very well. Yeah? A question for Mununus. You asked him outside this meeting. A question for you, Mr. Mnonozi. You are not the presenter. You are not. I think it is.
There's a point that he raised. I don't know if it's a gentleman or a lady from these submissions. It's a gentleman.
Yes, a gentleman, yes. David,
in relation to people being displaced by conservation. So REDD+ most likely will definitely displace some people, either directly or indirectly. It could be in terms of the economic opportunities or their dwellings. And why I say it is Mnonozi, but it's just representing the people involved in social safeguards. The Minister of Land, Housing and Urban Development made an attempt to come up with a resettlement and rehabilitation policy maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I think it is somewhere stuck. And that is the policy, or that's the framework that is expected to provide guidance. The resettlement could be because of such kind of initiatives like conservation. It could be infrastructure development. Where are we placing the Minister of Lands in this discussion? Because that process is ongoing and it will definitely affect this process. Castor, that was my question. Thank you.
I've moved with the microphone to Mononozi. But also to inform you, there is a presentation which he made that you missed in the morning. Yes. So if you missed, if your question was answered, I don't think it is necessary that he... I saw him taking notes, so maybe. So.
Thank you, Patrick. Surely in the presentation I made in the morning, I mentioned about safeguards work undertaken under the REDD+ readiness phase. And one of the framework documents that were prepared was the resettlement policy framework. That is us at that time. But also I indicated that in case of any future developments, that may involve resettlement of people. There should be resettlement action plans prepared, but now the information you are giving confirms the fact that If that resettlement policy is already in place by Minister of Lands, then whatever we shall be developing under this should be informed by the same. That is, if we are certain that there will be need for either displacement or resettlement of people. So it is another framework document that we need to refer to when we are doing things that related to that. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, we.
Yes, how the advantage that this thing is. Yes, Doctor, he spoke of something that it must be definite that there will be displacement of people if you have to do with REDD+. But I'm wondering if UA is going to sell what Bogman doesn't want to hear, carbon credits, where are we going to have the issue of displacement or resettlement or something?
Yes, please. In 1 minute. Because in 1 minute, please.
Half a minute. Depending on where the carbon credits are coming from. If they're coming from part of your landscape that people access for extractives, firewood, it will mean that you have to stop that. Okay, because whoever is buying your credits wants to be certain that the drivers of forest degradation and deforestation are no longer there. It depends on where you are selling. That's why I say there is a possibility, either direct or indirect. If people have been accessing the area for certain benefits, and in the standard or in the document that you have, the design document,
that is trespassing.
Well, they have arrangements for access for certain benefits. Okay, they have zones, which is understandable. So meaning that there are certain areas, especially those where you have zones where people access certain extractives, those will not be considered. But if you're considering the entire, let's say, Merchant Falls landscape,
yes,
it would mean that some people definitely lose out certain activities. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
First, wait a minute. The lady has.
Thank you very much. I'd like to add to the discussion between Dr. Wekagawa and our representative from OA. I think when you're designing a project, such things are factored in, either in your methodology or what, you know that communities have been accessing firewood, so we'll not displace them, but rather we'll put in place measures to regulate access in a way that it does not affect our anticipated emission reductions. So it should be catered in the methodology of the project, rather than saying that to cause displacement, because we are not here to, I mean, such projects shouldn't be causing displacement, but rather working within the existing modalities of the project location. Thank you.
Yeah. I still earlier indicated that where there is no physical displacement, but there are some activities that either may impact on the people's livelihoods, then we prepare what we call a process framework, which now defines the arrangements under which you're going to work with these people who may be affected. So the example I gave in the morning was where maybe people are going to plant trees on their own pieces of land, and maybe to avoid any turnaround along the way, you get into either an MOU or an agreement in that regard. So what is being proposed maybe could be defined in the process framework, that maybe this is the way such arrangements will be going on, to avoid the donor saying you are not complying, but also taking care of the well-being of the people. So the process framework and the resettlement action plan, because when you talk of resettlement, it means something else. then it will be like you're going to physically displace people. But what has been explained may not be actual displacement, but there is kind of displacement of the welfare. Maybe I could refer to that. So the process framework would be ideal in addressing this.
Welfare and livelihood.
Okay. And it is assumed, it does not mean it's actually going to happen. So you were saying this might affect, then you go deep, is it actually going to do it? If it does, what if it doesn't, but it does not mean that when people collect firewood, they are going to affect the project. When they are depending on the rate of which the forest is replenishing itself. So we all those have to be.
Okay. If you want to discuss any further than this, come back tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come close to the end of the day. You have been patient enough. We started with the opening remarks by Mr. Wachika. We went through the quiz. We went through a presentation by Mr. Nathan Munuzi. We went through the presentation of MRVs, and then the presentation on stakeholder engagement, and now the discussion group work discussions that have brought us to the end of the day. I would like to invite Mr. Wachika to give closing remarks as we adjourn until tomorrow. So, Mr. Wachika, please come step forward.
Thank you very much, Chair and the moderator for today. The fact that you forgot to ask participants to get up for you, I'm polite to ask them to our moderation is not easy. Until one time I was ready to moderate a midnight negotiation. That is when I understood trying to make people talk is difficult. So, as we wind up, there have been interesting things which have come up today. And I think we shouldn't ignore them, because these are part of our past mistakes in our initiatives we have done. All of you know Uganda has not had a REDD plus payment, despite the rich extent of capacity and knowledge this country has built over the years. And it is really not good to shy away from the realities. And until we continue to address these systematic challenges, we might continue to be at the other part of the coin. We have seen countries like Ghana, Vietnam, that started from a very low end and now thriving, signed emission reduction package agreements, put in place structures and systems, and benefited quite good money through what many of us talked about. So, some of the key takeaways I captured, and I got also from one of our participants who couldn't join. He asked, the issue of landowners, how do we address it in REDD plus? Say he didn't see the stakeholder called the landowner. Forgive, this person is not based here, they are based in an international organization. But I said I will present it to the team as we continue to discuss our initial monitoring report for the tree standard and the plan of conformance. These will be some of the things. He also reminded me about the need to bring out women, because this is one of the key specific stakeholder group which continues to play a key role in natural resource management. They asked me about farmers. I told them how I wish you were here. That would be good, but this goes into the Red Cross Secretariat and stakeholder engagement specialist. How do we think of these? Yet, these are some of the stakeholder categories which are looked into when you are designing these tree-related compliance documents. Now, there were interesting things on why are we doing this exercise? Because as we have in tea, there are some ideas which come up and it's worth it to reflect on them. But someone asked, but why are we discussing these terminologies? And I thought it would be good as we live today and come tomorrow, we have a big idea. Like you heard, there are so many processes happening, so many carbon crediting programs. I think for purposes of having a common understanding, we seem to confuse the standards and the carbon crediting programs. But when you hear of those terminologies of tree or art trees, Vera, and so forth and so on, those are the carbon crediting programs. Then they have their standards, like Vera, it is the VCF. For art, it is the trees. So he was asking me, why are we wasting our energy in these things? And I said, one, when you want to dance in an event with the monkeys and you don't want the tails to knock on you, don't tempt. But since Uganda wants to dance in the waters of carbon markets, it has also to fulfill some specific requirements based on where it wants to dance. Now, I gave the example that here we are dancing in the areas of REDD+. Now, as we continue to dance in the 5 REDD+ activities we talked about in the morning, we are supposed to develop strategies, policies that ensure that we fulfill the requirements for this carbon crediting program. And among them is how we are respecting these safeguards. And happy to note that Nathan took us through the 7 compound safeguards. Tomorrow we will be taken through, I think around 100 something, some components of all of these additional safeguards. So, as I wind up, it is critical to ensure that we support this process of ensuring the country adheres and fulfills these safeguard requirements. Otherwise, there is a new terminology moving around. I don't know if some of you have heard of it. High integrity credits. Now, you might do too much work. For example, you do a very good conservation initiative, which qualifies to be a REDD+. And a bystander or a supporter claims you did violate X, Y, and Z rights. And by the time you go the hurdle of verifying and proving this was done, it is malicious damage, you have lost it. So I encourage all of us as we continue to discuss this safeguards work. Let's see how we build and identify those critical gaps, which are critical in a sense that as we implement our REDD+, it will result into high integrity results, which we can market. So it has been a very good evening, and I've been pleased to open and close. And I want to declare that before I say this workshop is closed, yes, before I say this workshop is closed, to also thank all of you for the opportunities of sharing this rich exchange of ideas. Thank you very much, and I wish to hand over.
We are left with the one request to make, and that is to request the government of Uganda to speak to us before we close today for a possible opening tomorrow. I want to take this singular honor to invite none other than Mr. Nathan Munozi, the Senior Environment Officer, to come and talk to us as we plan to move to our homes and possibly come back tomorrow as one.
Thank you, Esther. Sometimes that's when working in the government becomes interesting. If people discuss and go without hearing what government has to say, then we think it is not endorsed. But anyway, on behalf of the national focal person for REDD+, we want to appreciate you for your time. We have concentrated since morning, it's late. Usually such meetings, we want to leave by 3, running away from jam, picking kids from school and all that. But we've been patient as far. So I want to appreciate you. This is basically, as Ali mentioned, it's both capacity building as well as getting input. And I'm glad you're already getting it. Part of the deliverables we have under this assignment that we are getting through Emily is finalization of the stakeholder engagement plan. And so I know when the comments are incorporated, we shall share with you and REDD for finalization. And I want to kindly request you to come back tomorrow because there is still a lot more that we need to accomplish. And also to assure you that we are getting back into this journey. I know those who were there in the first phase got lost along the way because it appeared like we had started implementing REDD+ when actually we are getting ready for readiness. So a lot of activities will be unfolding even after I'll be on today. So we shall be calling upon you to talk more. These are not closing remarks because already we are continuing until tomorrow and hopefully Bob will be with us. So I wish you many mercies and hope to meet again tomorrow for God and my country.
Yes, the meeting has been adjourned, but I've been reminded to tell you that our tea break is ready. Therefore, as you step down, to go to move, please don't forget the cup of tea that is being arranged for you. Okay.